Hey, Nico, this is Rex. Are you hearing me okay?
Audio is loud and clear. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and get started. Today is Tuesday, October 17th. the Pima County Board of Supervisors meeting. If I can ask for a roll call to establish quorum, please.
Supervisor Bronson. Here. Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Grijalva.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Scott is participating remotely. Supervisor Hines is out. All other board members are present.
Thank you. Can I ask Dodie Adrian, she's an Administrative Assistant 3 with Pima County Fleet Services, to lead us in the pledge. She's worked for Fleet Services for a year and a half and enjoys the work here. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Next, we have the land acknowledgement statement. We have a video to be offered by Cecilia Valdez, Communication Workers of America, Local 7026.
Hello, my name is Cecilia Valdez. I'm with the Communications Workers of America, Local 7026. I am the Secretary Treasurer. I also am the Vice Chair of the Pima Area Labor Federation and recently was appointed to serve on the Industrial Commission by our Governor, Katie Hobbs. I was born and raised in Tucson. I'm a Tucsonian. Me and my husband, Robert, have raised our children here in Pima County, and Amari, Adrian, and Emilio Valdez. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennium presence of Pascua Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, and we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. I'm going to turn it over to County Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much. Chair Grijalva asking if we might for a moment of silence. We recently lost our former Facilities Management Director, Lisa Josker. Lisa, as many of you know, was with the county for many years, first as Deputy Director of the department and then most recently as Director of Facilities Management, retiring at the first of the year and lost a very brief battle with cancer just a few weeks ago. So on behalf of the Pima County family, if we might, just a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to go ahead and turn it over to our clerk for agenda adjustments.
Okay, on the regular agenda, page 5, item 17, under Human Resources, Pima County Healthcare Benefits Trust, the county administrator requests this item be continued to the board meeting of November 7th. On page 5, item 18, real property, the surplus property, there is a correction. This item should be listed under the Board of Supervisors sitting as the Flood Control District Board. On page 7, item 33, contract and award with procurement, there is a correction to the spelling of Valencia. It should be Valencia. And on page 10, items 52 and 53, they're the hearing fireworks permits for Westin La Paloma on October 26th and November 14th. These items will be heard at a time certain of 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
when we approach on the addendum item number 3, I will be asking for a point of parliamentary procedure. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Now we have pause for pause, and you have some kitties. They're really cute. And they're all available for adoption, everybody.
Yes, they're all very available. Sorry, I'm struggling with my hands full of things, mostly kittens. Good morning, Board of Supervisors and members of the public. My name is Monica Dangler. I am the director at Pima Animal Care Center. And today we brought to you for Paws 3 little cute kittens, Luxor, Ramses, and Osiris. They're going to be available for adoption next week, so you can just contact us at pac.foster@pima.gov and let them know it's the kittens from Paws for Paws. The foster would love to find them homes. Also, we brought them today because this weekend is our Snip and Tip event, which is our mega free spay neuter event for community cats, where we spay, neuter, vaccinate, microchip, and then we ear tip them. So we just cut off the little tip of the ear so people know that they're altered. And that's free to any members of the community in Pima County. And you can go to our website and sign up to bring them in. We are still looking for people to bring in cats on Saturday and Sunday. Sorry, I have to pass that one off. Saturday and Sunday, but we'll do them all in one day and turn them back to you so they can go and live their happy cat lives without having babies. Also, I wanted to make sure to share with everybody, PAC just recently received this award from Best Friends, stating that we achieved the no-kill status for 2022. So we're pretty proud. I'm proud of our staff, our volunteers, fosters, and community for making this happen. So thank you. And that's it.
Thank you. Supervisor Bronson.
I think we've already got one that's got his ear clipped.
Oh, yeah, he's got like a little crinkle ear. It's just a little something happened when he was a baby. So he's cute. Yeah. That one's for you, right?
Right. Thank you so much, Director Dangler, for being here. Next on the agenda is a presentation, recognition of the We Are Gems
Chair
quarterly.
Grijalva?
Yes, Supervisor Scott.
Yeah, I wonder if I could have a brief moment of personal privilege.
Oh, please, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to let everybody know that the reason that I'm participating remotely is that I'm attending the annual legislative summit that the University of Arizona has in Washington, D.C. at their D.C. Center. This is the first year that they've invited county supervisors, so I'm attending with one of my colleagues from Pinal County and another colleague from Yuma County, and there are also 9 members of the Arizona House and Senate who were invited. And the topics this year are environment and health. We're hearing from university experts on their research related to water, heat management, immunotherapies, and firefighter cancer prevention, and what both local and state governments can do to support the university's efforts in those areas. And very proud to be representing Pima County and my colleagues on the board at this summit. Thank you for letting me take the time to share that.
Thank you, Supervisor Scott. So now we are going to recognize the We Are Gems quarterly recipients, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to our county administrator.
Thank you very much, Chair Bronson. I'll just indicate, as we all know, the most
Grijalva.
important asset.
It's okay.
So just
We're almost
my
done for the year, and then
apologies. Let's just start today over. I need a kitten. My apologies. We rely so heavily on our employees, who are the backbone of what we do. We started a short while ago a new program to recognize those employees. It's the GEMS program. These are individuals who have been nominated by their supervisor, their management team. Their nomination has been supported by their director, and then moved on to a committee representing all county employees who made the selection of today's recipients. So I'll be asking for each to come up. I'll tell you 2 sentences about them, and then we have a certificate for them. I will ask, somebody's going to script me on this too, as when we're done, if you could just wait outside, there's going to be a big group photo, I believe, and you'll be getting other things that go with the certificate.
Yeah, I want them to stay up here too.
Okay, first you're going to stay up here, and then we'll walk outside. And if some of the deputies would like to come up, because their departments are represented as well. Carol Brickta is the first. So Carol, any family with you today? Facing the audience today. Oh, sorry, there you go. Carol Brickta is from the Department of Transportation. Carol is responsible for customer service, customer intake, and community relations for the Department of Transportation, which is the department that works with all of our constituents. Sometimes we have constituents who are frustrated or are bringing challenging issues to the department. Carol is always respectful towards them and is an expert at de-escalating the situation. She takes pride in the information she provides and researches all items thoroughly to ensure she is providing accurate information along with exemplary customer service. She represents the department with great pride and is respected by the Board of Supervisors, their staff, agency staff, and DOT staff. Look at you. Congratulations.
I'd just like to say thank you to all my staff at the Department of Transportation, my director, Catherine Skinner, and my supervisor, Annabelle Valenzuela, who's not able to be here today. I just hit 35 years with Pima County, and I also put in my retirement notice, so I'm going out with a nice reward, so thank you.
Carmine, give you that. Thank you. Cassandra Greer, Cass Greer. Cass is with the Communications Department. Good morning. And although trained as a graphic designer, she has transitioned seamlessly into her present position, leading the Communications Department with the Health Communications team. She manages that workload for 3 people, and she realizes that the work of the Department of Health is critical to the health and well-being of all Pima County constituents, and is very good about navigating the requests that come from the Health Department, deferring to their expertise on health-related topics, advising them on the best way to communicate a specific issue. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll give this one to Dr. Garcia to present to you, as that is your department. Cass Greer, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. You okay? Thank you. Okay. Daniel Partita. And maybe, I don't know if Melissa wants to. Daniel is with the clerk of the board. Daniel takes pride in public service, is an invaluable asset to the records program. Good morning. He respects staff, customers, and the information we are charged with protecting for future generations. He authored the procedure for informing county departments of pending records destruction and is also engaged in a project to replace the county's aging records inventory base. Frequently, obscure records are requested by county departments, and Danny is highly skilled at researching and searching databases, ledgers, and microfilm reels to find the requested documents. Thank you so much. Thank you for what you do. Here we go. Let's see that. Thank you. Did you want to say something? No, I got it. Thank you. Excuse me a moment. El Comparan Granberry. Close? Yes. Reasonably so? Okay, thank you. Elle is with the Health Department. Good morning. Passionate about helping families improve their nutrition and helping parents meet their breastfeeding goals. She goes the extra mile to assist everyone who calls or stops in, whether they're looking for WIC or asking about other services. Elle will often carry a breast pump to a new mother's car because she's just had a cesarean section, and she takes that extra minute to help clients download the Easy WIC app on their phone, ensuring they feel comfortable using it. Often members of the public stop by the clinic seeking non-WIC services, and Elle takes the time to get them the needed information. She's also responsible for overseeing the clinic schedule and making sure that staff are efficient in their use of time and finding ways to fit clients in whenever possible. Elle, thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll let Dr. Garcia do your presentation.
Thank you for all you do for WIC.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Devereaux, Library Department. Here comes Jane. Thank you. You got it? Good morning. Thank you. Come on over. Jane exemplifies a professional and caring public librarian. She enthusiastically plans and presents weekly story times and baby times, which draw huge crowds. She loves to assist parents in teaching their children literacy skills, to help children find the perfect book, and to work with community partners in providing outreach to many communities. She stays late to help a customer or help someone on a computer, covers coworkers' desk assignments so they can complete a project, and handles difficult and volatile incidents with compassion and professionalism. Thank you. Thank you, Jane. And Dr. Garcia's got you. Thank you, ma'am. Natural Resources, Parks and Recreation, Manny Garcia. Here comes Manny. Thank you. As a trades maintenance technician for the Recreation Division, good morning. Under the aquatics program, Manny was indispensable in ensuring that all 9 pools and splash pads were fully operational for the summer season. Manny was a tremendous help in volunteering along with maintaining a super positive attitude while working in irregular rotating weekly shift schedules to cover the splash pad operating hours, while NRPR hired and trained additional trades maintenance technicians. Additionally, Manny was instrumental in resurrecting the ceramics program with a newly hired instructor at the Northwest YMCA Art Center, along with the longstanding ceramics instructor when that individual retired. Manny, thank you for all you do. Come on over. Carmine's got your certificate. Thank you. Thank you so much. From the Sheriff's Department, Megan Murray. Here comes Megan. Thank you. Good morning, Megan. As a highly skilled intelligence analyst, Megan was transferred to the Arizona High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Initiative to further the sheriff's goals of regionalization, working in tandem with local, state, and federal agencies in southern Arizona to combat narcotics crimes in Pima County. Megan's duties and responsibility increased appreciatively, and she also had to obtain new certifications and master new software systems and procedures very quickly and efficiently. She's applied herself assiduously, earned the respect of new colleagues, and quickly became one of the most trustworthy and reliable members of the team. Thank you so much. And I will, Megan, thank you very much for all you do. Appreciate it. From Development Services, Nicholas Jordan. Here we go. Thank you. As the addressing official, good morning. Nick's unit is the first stop for all customers wanting to build a project in Pima County. He always has a positive attitude and takes pride in helping the public find solutions, and is always respectful to not only the public, but also to his peers. He's been great at mentoring and assisting new employees, going out of his way to show them resources and assisting with process and system issues. As customers approach with a vacant parcel of land to get an address, that usually leads to a whole host of other questions about zooming, building codes, deeds, restrictions, and permit process questions. Nick has quickly learned that as well and has become an asset, I'm sure, is what the next page will say. And rather than passing customers off to other divisions, he attempts to answer and look up the information for customers. Thank you so much for all you do. Oh my goodness, I apologize. Shifen Doan. Close. From the assessor's office. Ms. Doan is the senior appraiser in the mobile home section and has seen her position as an opportunity, good morning, to improve services and communication to customers as well as within the office. She is always looking for innovative ways to reach our customers that are positive and cooperative. The assessor's office has created pamphlets, which explain different programs and processes, and she felt it was important that one was created for mobile homes. She took ownership of the project, and at the end result is an educational pamphlet that will help answer many questions about mobile homes that are directed to the assessor's office. Thank you so much for all you do. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to go back quickly because I'm going to apologize to our other representative from the Sheriff's Department, Danielle Rexash. Thank you, Danielle. Always willing to help other employees, no matter what. There you go. Good morning. Thank you. Danielle is the visual communication specialist for the Sheriff's Department. She's involved in all the graphics, artwork, and other digital media that is shared by the Sheriff's Department. She manages the department website, designed the department calendar that's received outstanding reviews from her peers, and created all the graphics used at the badges and backpacks events. She's very organized, gets all her assignments completed in a timely manner, and is eager to assist other members of the department. Due to her expertise in the field, she is relied upon to provide input on nearly all new projects. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in recognizing this quarter's GEM Distinguished Employee recipients. Thank you. And now we have all the board come down and get some great pictures with this group. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
You pay me. That's it. I know you pay me. That's gift enough. If the board will stay close by, we will grab a picture.
Where? You direct traffic and I'll just...
Yeah, tell us where to go.
Carmine,
Come back. Steve, come back.
we're going to get this, you guys.
Yeah, we're going to do it. Okay, scooch in. Yeah, pretend we like each other.
Where do you want us? Okay.
Okay. Come on over.
Shorty's in the front. That's me. Oh, wow.
Yeah, you guys can come on up right in front of this. And I'll come back. Yeah, just so you guys. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, and then you guys can just. Carmine's ball deck.
We lost Carol. Sorry. No, you did not. That's just better part. It's fine. Everyone good? Thank you. Thank you. And now that's Thank you all so much, and they're still going to take some pictures of you out front. Okay. And thank you all for coming to support. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Okay, thank you so much. We do have a presentation of proclamation to Heath Vescovi Chiordi, director, and recent Flynn Brown Scholar graduate. Felicidades, congratulations. Director, and Kaylee Massey, Administrative Services Manager, Economic Development. We have Kristen Bickgood with CWD, Carlos Ruiz, the former chair of the Small Business Commission and owner of HT Metals and Manufacturing Company, are all here proclaiming the day of Friday, October 6th to be National Manufacturing Day. This is an item put on by Supervisor Scott, so I'll go ahead and move the item. Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. And so if you want to meet me down here, I'll be reading this. One of you want to read? No?
I don't have my glasses, so I can't.
All right, then. So no, okay. Okay. Whereas National Manufacturing Day is a flagship initiative of the Manufacturing Institute, the 501c3 nonprofit workforce development and education partner of the National Association of Manufacturers, and whereas Manufacturing Day provides students, parents, teachers, and community leaders a chance to step inside companies, educational facilities, and more to see promising career opportunities in modern manufacturing, and whereas the manufacturing industry averages about 800,000 open jobs per month, but more than 2.1 million American manufacturing jobs could go unfilled by 2030. And whereas manufacturing is an important part of Pima County economy, generating 11.9 of the gross domestic product in 2020, which was slightly higher than the national percentage. And whereas the average Pima County manufacturing wage was $92,786 in 2019, which was $22,866 above the national average. And whereas manufacturers in Pima County produce transportation equipment, which includes aerospace and defense, computer and electronic products, fabricated metal products, machinery, food, and more. And whereas the Pima County and City of Tucson will host a Manufacturing Day event showcasing the local manufacturing facilities at the Pima Community College Downtown Campus Center of Excellence in Applied Technology. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims October 6th, 2023 to be National Manufacturing Day in this community and encourages all residents to celebrate our local manufacturers and what they contribute to our lives and economy. Passed and adopted this 17th day of October 2023. ¿Quién quiere hablar?
Thank you. On behalf of all of the manufacturing businesses, large and small in Pima County, we appreciate this recognition.
Thank you.
Would just like to say thank you on behalf of SAMP, the Southern Arizona Manufacturing Partners. They are all very appreciative of this.
Thank you. Oh,
Nothing for me.
okay.
Thank you. Smile.
Okay, and now we are on call to the public. Citizens, we have 30 speakers, so everyone's going to have 2 minutes. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling, yells, or similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. With that, we'll go ahead and get started. I'll call you 3 at a time, and if you want to come and take the seats that say unavailable, except for call to the audience, please feel free. Drew Heaton, Mary DeCamp, and Corey Stevens.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, Administrator, my name is Drew Heaton. You know me well as the Libertarian Party Chairman in Pima County. In basic terms, the libertarian is simply someone who is against the use of force against peaceful people in civil society. As individuals with influence in our community, you and I, we have a responsibility to promote peace. We must do all we can to resist the divisiveness that fuels animosity in our neighborhoods. One of the most significant ways we can do this is to differentiate between individuals and groups. We must differentiate between the people in a country and their government. As libertarians, we do not pick a nation state to defend, but rather stand on the principles where we side with the inherent rights of all human beings, not governments. Violent aggression against innocent civilians does not justify violent aggression against innocent civilians. As we are poised precariously on the brink of being nudged into world war, I implore each of you to consider the wisdom of two-time Medal of Honor recipient, World War I Marine Corps veteran Major General Smedley D. Butler, who wrote, "War is a racket. It always has been. It is possibly the oldest, easily most profitable, surely the most vicious. It is the only one international in scope. It is the only one in which the profits are reckoned in dollars and the losses in lives." He also goes on to condemn that propaganda is so vicious that even God is brought into it to become murderous. I'd just like to end my comments with what C.S. Lewis has said. Even though he was a Christian, he said, "I believe in God, but I detest theocracy. For every government consists of mere men and is, strictly viewed, a makeshift. If it adds to its commands, thus saith the Lord, it lies, and it lies dangerously."
Thank you. Mary DeCamp?
Hello, everybody. Hello, fellow human beings. Oh, I know, but then I can't look at people. I have to just, okay. Can we start over then with my time? Hello, fellow human beings. Notice how we divide folks into groups like different piles of beans? Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, Israel, Palestine, women, men, rich, poor, black, white, red, yellow, brown. We got Christians, Muslims, Jewish, pagans. But you know what grouping is not used? Peaceniks versus warmongers. Most human inhabitants on our planet want safety and peace. We want to care and nurture loved ones as the shared cycle of life rolls along. Earth is threatened by climate change. You know the number one polluter on the planet? U.S. military. Redirect our resources and energy and use our combined and unified time and talent to uplift humanity. And kudos to our young nurses who are making a better future and caring for human beings, not treating people like beans that are interchangeable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And please remember that every speaker is not going to be speaking to an issue that you necessarily agree with. Everyone has the right to speak here, and be respectful, please. Thank you. And then after Corey Stevens, we'll start in just a second, Sarah Roberts, Vic Meadow, and Lori Moore.
Good morning. I want to make something very clear, and it's someone who is part Jewish. The unprovoked attacks October 7th in Israel by Hamas is nothing short of terrorism. The IDF has every right and obligation to take whatever means necessary to protect the people of Israel and annihilate Hamas in doing so. It is Hamas that has taken hostages, beheaded babies, killed innocent children, raped women, slaughtered families, and prevented the Palestinian people from leaving Gaza. The IDF has warned the Palestinian people to leave Gaza and have made public those warnings. Your leftist ideologies have yet again minimized the atrocities of this horrific situation.
So while you want to sugarcoat this situation because Supervisors Christie's resolution spelled it all out in black and white, let me remind you of some of history's greatest atrocities. Germany, for instance. One might argue they were a mostly peaceful populace until Hitler and Nazis murdered 14 million people, 6 million of them being Jew, Arabic nations of which many Muslim live, mostly a peaceful populace. That was until September 11. It only took 19 hijackers to kill 3,000 Americans. This board has allowed thousands of unvetted illegals into our community, and God knows their intent. Are they, too, mostly a peaceful populace? While your misguided ideology would have you believe that all those in Palestine are a peaceful people, I'd argue that we should learn from history's mistakes. Matt's resolution calls for peace. Let me share with you Article 13 of the Covenant of Hamas. Rejection of a negotiated peace settlement, initiative so-called peaceful solutions of international conferences are a contradiction to principles of Islamic resistance movement.
Thank you. Sarah Roberts.
Good morning, Board, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sarah Roberts. I'm a retired registered nurse. So greetings to the nurses here, nursing students. If you have the opportunity to visit Israel, Palestine, you will learn the facts on the ground. If you open your eyes and your heart to what has been going on for the past 75 years, there is no denying the human rights violations of Palestinians and the violation of international law by the government of Israel. 700,000 Palestinians were driven off their land during the Nakba, or catastrophe of 1948. The events of October 7th were a manifestation of the long-standing frustration with an apartheid regime, Israel. This includes the blockade of Gaza of 17 years, as well as now the daily bombing of the civilians in Gaza, driving them off their land. If you believe in peace and the dignity of all human life, tell Congress and the White House to call for an immediate ceasefire. And we must advocate for our government, beginning locally and building momentum, to hold our government in Washington accountable, to uphold human rights, and to end the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. The time to hold true to values of peace, nonviolence, and respect for human life is now. Good way to do that is by supporting the Pima County resolution in support of peace in the Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you. Vic Meadow. And
hello. I come to you and I stand here today as a proud Jew, and I stand here today to say that my tradition teaches that all life is sacred, that every human being is made in the image of God. And so when you say that the Pima County unequivocally stands with the state of Israel, you are not standing for life. You are standing with a regime that has killed over 3,000 Palestinians already in this war and continues to cut off electricity, water, to cut off routes of evacuation for Palestinians, and to displace thousands and thousands of people. This type of rhetoric does not keep me safe as a Jew in this community. This type of rhetoric also increases hate crimes against Palestinians, Muslims, and Arabs in our communities. Recently in Chicago, a landlord murdered a 6-year-old boy because of the rhetoric that people like this resolution are spouting. Please stand with my tradition as a Jew and say that life matters, and stand against this resolution. Thank you for your time.
thank you. Lori Moore. And then after Ms. Moore is Mohideen Abulazi, Shirley Ricard, and Thea Abernathy. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm back. My name is Laurie Moore. I'm in District 1. I'm going to talk about characteristics again. All of you in front of me strive to be the best you can be. You try to be diverse. You try to be inclusive. You claim to not be racist, because the worst thing anyone can ever be called is a racist. But I'm putting another category in front of you. I believe you all are naive. 4 of you remind me of the naive instructors who trained a group of Islamic men to fly planes without vetting them. These instructors were inclusive. They were not racist, quite the opposite. They were willing to help Islamic men learn to fly. The problem was these men didn't want to learn how to land. The instructors found that odd, and they contacted their supervisor. He too was naive and possibly not wanting to appear racist, told them to proceed anyway. A fatal mistake, which led to the deaths of nearly 3,000 souls on 9/11. You 4 Dems on the board are naive, like the naive instructors who trained the 19 Islamic hijackers. You are designating funds for the invasion of America. You have funneled millions of federal dollars to transport unvetted people, mostly adult males, to the interior of this country. Thousands of unvetted foreigners are pouring in through an open, invisible border. What could possibly go wrong? This is insanity. We need new leadership in America and new leadership on this board. I want a visible border wall with armed guards. I want everyone vetted as if they are all potential terrorists before we ever allow them into this country. Remember, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. This naive administration and you 4 naive supervisors have put us all on the road to hell. Thank you.
Abuyadeen Abdulaziz, please.
Thank you. These are heartbreaking and traumatizing times for our communities. Thousands of innocent people, including a large number of children, were killed and communities destroyed since October 7. Thousands and thousands more do not know whether they will live the next minute. You are considering 2 resolutions today that respond to these tragedies. One resolution stands by Israel unconditionally. Please remember that history did not start on October 7. For decades, the Palestinian people have suffered massacres, displacement, and persistent and systemic oppression and colonization of their land, all because of the policies that provided unconditional and unlimited support to Israel. This resolution supports the innocent Israelis and Palestinians who were massacred are the direct result of these policies. People of conscience everywhere are calling for an end to these mad policies. They're reminding us that war and violence are not the answer. They're calling on us to advocate and work for peace. This is what the second resolution you're considering calls for. I appeal to your conscience to adopt this resolution and help our communities heal and work together.
Thank you. Shirley Ricard.
Hearing about Israel and Palestine forces the question, have you ever heard of Operation Northwood? It was a false flag operation proposed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff to President John Kennedy in 1962 with the goal of justifying a war against Cuba. The proposal was CIA operatives would stage and commit acts of terrorism against American military and civilian targets, blaming them on the Cuban government and using it to justify a war against Cuba. Specifically, a remote-controlled civilian aircraft would be secretly repainted as a U.S. Air Force plane that would be apparently shot down off the coast of Cuba. It would result in the possible assassination of Cuban immigrants, sinking boatloads of Cuban refugees on the high seas, blowing up a U.S. ship, and orchestrating terrorism in U.S. cities. In other words, the U.S. military was planning to murder people and orchestrate terrorism in U.S. cities in order to justify going to war. The official documents were declassified after 40 years. The only reason that it did not happen is that JFK refused to participate in it. I would like you all to think about what happened in Israel. That we have a very highly technologically accelerated group of people there. However, the border was infiltrated at 15 locations. There is a very good chance that the new Speaker of our House will no longer allow $223 million per day that's flowing from the U.S. to the Ukraine. Consider the very real possibility that the CIA, the U.S. military Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Mossad, the Israeli government actually created this situation that devastated the people of Israel last week. I hope this fires your anger and do not let this false flag drag the U.S. into war.
Thank you. Isla Abernathy, followed by Nick Nova, Iris Sapovit, thank you, I'm sorry, and Sean Bickus.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
for the record, Supervisor Hines has joined today's meeting.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Isla Abernathy. I'm speaking as an individual, but I'm also a member of the St. Michael and All Angels Episcopal Church Social Action Committee, and what I'm going to say is informed by that relationship, so I wanted to acknowledge it. I would ask that all of us, and particularly that the supervisors, as they consider whether they're going to adopt one of the statements or not, think of this, ironically made by Bishop Tutu, who was born on October 7th, 1931. When we see others as the enemy, we risk becoming what we hate. When we oppress others, we end up oppressing ourselves. All of humanity is dependent upon recognizing the humanity in others. And please consider this. I think the Hines-Grijalva statement most closely approximates that. And I hope you will adopt that if you adopt one. We are asked to strive for justice and peace in the world as part of our baptismal vow, and that respects the dignity of every human being. The fact that Hamas acted does not make most Palestinians terrorists. Please make that distinction. I'd like to read a short statement by women, and I have copies to pass to you, who are members of Jewish and Arab women with diverse opinions. Despite the rage and pain in the face of the criminal and unforgivable acts committed by Hamas, including incessant selling of towns all over Israel, we must not lose human dignity. Even in the most difficult situations, as an obligation as mothers, as women, as human beings, as in an entire nation, not to lose basic human values.
Thank you, Nick Nova. And can we get that sign, and you can add it to the information shared with the supervisors? Okay, yeah, but we just have to take that down, please. Okay.
Hello, you ready for me?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Hi, my name's Nick, and I am the descendant of Ashkenazi Jewish population. I just wanted to read the statement real quick. The Israeli government may have just declared war, but its war on Palestinians started over 75 years ago. Israeli apartheid and occupation and United States complicity in that oppression are the sources of all this violence. Reality is shaped by when you start the clock. For the past year, the most racist, fundamentalist, far-right government in Israeli history has ruthlessly escalated its military occupation over Palestine in the name of Jewish supremacy, with violent expulsions and home demolitions, mass killings, military raids on refugee camps, unrelenting siege, and daily humiliation. In recent weeks, Israeli forces repeatedly stormed the holiest Muslim sites in Jerusalem. For 16 years, the Israeli government has suffocated Palestinians in Gaza under a draconian air, sea, and land military blockade, imprisoning and starving 2 million people and denying them medical aid. The Israeli government routinely massacres Palestinians in Gaza. 10-year-olds who live in Gaza have already been traumatized by 7 major bombing campaigns in their short lives. For 75 years, the Israeli government has maintained a military occupation over Palestinians. Operating an apartheid regime, Palestinian children are dragged from their beds in pre-dawn raids by Israeli soldiers and held without charges in Israeli military prisons. Palestinian homes are torched by mobs of Israeli settlers or destroyed by the Israeli army. Entire Palestinian villages are forced to flee, abandoning the homes and orchards and land that were in their family for generations. The bloodshed of today in the past 75 years traces back directly to U.S. complicity in the oppression and horror caused by Israel's military occupation. The U.S. government consistently enables Israeli violence and bears to blame for this moment. The unchecked military funding, diplomatic cover, and billions of dollars of private money flowing from the U.S. enables and empowers Israel's apartheid regime. Those who continue calling for ironclad U.S. support for the Israeli military are only paving the path to more violence. Thank you.
Iris, thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to start off by saying I'm an American, I'm a Jew, and I'm a Zionist. I condemn Dr. Hines' resolution. I support Supervisor Christie's resolution. I think the gentleman that just spoke better check his history books, because Jewish persecution goes back 5,000 years. Jews have been murdered in the streets of Israel for 75 years. Innocent people driving their cars, walking down the street. In 1923, there was a pogrom basically in Hebron. There was no Israel then. Jews were slaughtered. I suggest that the people in this room learn their history. There's a lot of history to be learned. No mosque has been destroyed in Jerusalem. The Jews are entitled to step foot on their Temple Mount. The Muslims confiscated it. And Dr. Hines, you of all people, as a gay man, should understand Israel is the only country in the Middle East where you will not be slaughtered. You will not be hung. You will not be tortured. You will not have your head cut off. And I think, as I said, you need to learn your history and get behind Supervisor Christie resolution. We all want peace. Nobody wants war. Nobody wants innocents killed. But when you put your children in harm's way, that's what happens. You do it intentionally. You are gutless, not even individuals. They're not even animals. They have no regard for life, and they have had the opportunity for statehood many times. They cannot coexist, and they cannot coexist in this country, evidently, because of what's going on now on our college campuses. The resolution to support Israel is the only resolution that should be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Bickus, followed by Carol Lindsay, Sharon Green, and Susan Tarapa. Sharon Bickus. Look like Sean. Sharon? Sorry, I misread. There you go. No, because I said Sean. That's why you didn't hear your name. I apologize.
Thank you. I want to first thank Steve Christie, our supervisor, for standing up for Israel and against the terror of the Hamas. My focus is on the illegals you support and the damage you have done, not just to Pima County, but to my country. Why are you allowing the lure of federal money to buy your vote in favor of supporting illegals? Is an open border overwhelming our communities? Is that part of your great goal? Terrorists on the watch list from Iran have now been identified in our southern border, and now we have 151 terrorists that have been caught. Centra Data 23 has 255,000 illegals crossing our southern border, 222,000 apprehended, 33,000 getaways. The greatest numbers traveled through El Paso and Tucson sectors. It doesn't matter how they determine the location of the gotaways. They got away, and they now may be my neighbor or even yours. Border agents have no idea of the real numbers of illegals in the United States. They do not know where they are, where they're doing, what is their background. Judiciary Committee Border Crisis 10-month data shows 929,496 illegals from the southwest border have been delivered into the United States. Are you able to track any of the illegals you're supporting? When you house them, feed them, transport them, support them? As an elected official, where does your oath state that you will agree to funnel federal funds to support illegals. I don't think it's there. How much effort have you taken in demanding a secured border for Pima County, for Arizona, for our country? The reported illegal numbers don't correlate with one another. It's a confusing mess. We know our county, our country are invaded by illegals, and it's promoted by the votes of Supervisors Bronson, Scott, Hines, and Grijalva. God save us from your evil.
Carol Lindsay.
Good morning, distinguished members of the board and chairman. I am a patriotic former Army nurse. I am the mother of 6 children. 3 of those are boys, and the 2 of those boys were in the Marines, and one was also a California Highway Patrol. And I am the mother-in-law of an airman. I am very patriotic. I've been here for almost 5 years. Our ancestors came here legally. Mine did. And there is one legal way to enter this country, and I believe everyone should come here legally, not illegally, and not being supported with freebies that our ancestors had to pay for when they came here. And some of that money is supposed to be going for street repairs, and it's not being done. And that's all I have to say. God bless you.
Sharon Green.
The evil, bloody attack by Hamas on Israel was devastating and indicative of the depravity of mankind. Our open borders present the same threat. The WEF and Klaus Schwab, in his book, COVID-19 and the Great Reset, have made it clear that their agenda is to demolish democracies with a Christian foundation. They would seek to eliminate the freedoms upon which our Christian forefathers founded this country. The first tenet of communism is to destroy the belief in God as creator and redeemer of all mankind. God is alive. He knows the evil intentions and destruction these global leaders plan. We have a tyrannical government who desires to control everything we do. God is not dead, and he hears the cries of his people for truth and justice. He is acting and leading in the miraculous healings of millions in Kenya, India, and South America, as well as people in America. Tens of thousands of terrorists, including CCP military, have already infiltrated. Failure to stop the invasion of our border is an endorsement by you to destroy the citizens of this county, state, and country. The blood of those who are injured and killed in this process will be on our leaders who have turned a blind eye or actually endorsed the invasion of evil on our border. Your lack of intervention to enforce legal immigration policies that promote the health and safety of the citizens of Pima County is on any of you who have failed to support our citizens. It is past time for continued support of these destructive evil policies that are destroying this city and county. Be corrected. If you cannot or will not, it's time to resign. Replace these policies with that reflect honesty, integrity, and real justice. I pray you have the wisdom to implement policies that help us, not destroy us. God bless you and give you his wisdom.
Susan Tarapa. Followed by Sharks Mars, Robert Royce, and Steve Wilcox.
Okay, good morning, board, staff, and security. I just wanted to say, after what went on with Israel this past time, if we did not learn anything, we have an invasion at our border. And you, last session, voted in $7 million into 3 different, for this illegal invasion of our border. Thank you, Ms. Sharon Bronson and Mr. Steve Christie, for not voting for these 3 items. I just want to say we need to learn our lesson here. It is an invasion. If you can't see that, I just don't understand. We all have families. You can't see what they're doing to our country, bringing in all this. What kind of oversight do you have for this money? Anyway, you give away all this money. Every session is rubber stamp, rubber stamp, rubber stamp. Do you have an oversight of how they spend this money? Do you actually look into the details? and see, well, maybe they asked for 3 million, maybe they can get along with 1.5 million. Maybe, do you ever dig down into the details? It seems like you just give whatever they asked for, and I'm sorely disappointed. I just hope that this doesn't come back and bite us all in the butt. This invasion at our border is disgusting, and it's up to you. You did an oath. You swore an oath to the Constitution and to us, the people. Your people, too. You swore an oath to protect us, and you're not doing it. You just keep infiltrating this money into the illegals just to incentivize them to come. Have you noticed that there's a lot of single males, fighting age, military age, coming across this border?
Thank you. Charles Mars.
Hello, Board. First time up here speaking, but I've been here many a times. Okay. So I'm speaking in regard to the resolution of the, sorry about that. Okay, so I am speaking in regard to the resolution supporting Israel. The mission of Hamas is terrorism, destroying Israel, and the extermination of Jews. Matt Hines, you and company want to provide an idealistic platform of peace for terrorism and jihad to hide behind. The reality of all of this is to extinguish all infidels, lest you forget. Peace will only come through the elimination of terror and jihad organizations and governments. Today, it's Israel. Tomorrow, it's going to be America again. With all the illegal immigrants that you have sponsored by aiding and abetting here in Pima County, with jihad coming to the city or another city here in the United States one more time, there's a price for peace. Are you, Pima County Supervisors, be willing to stand for Israel and defer the support of terrorism? That's the question I ask.
Robert Royce.
Mostly housekeeping today, but let me thank everyone in the audience for respectfully listening to the varied, divergent opinions we've heard articulated here today. I went to the Pima County Elections Department yesterday. I'm holding my petition to run for District 1 Supervisor as an independent. I need 1,200 signatures by April, which I suspect I will have. Shouldn't be an issue. I'm also holding a petition to begin circulating a petition to put my Jefferson Party on the ballot in Pima County. That requires 7,200 signatures. I don't expect it to be ready for next year's elections. But the campaign will be the same for both petitions: peace, liberty, safety, prosperity, and a clear and unobstructed view to happiness. All of the promises that Mr. Jefferson made for us in his first inaugural address. I'm holding my city ballot. I voted for no incumbents. I'm endorsing no one. I'm voting no on the TUSD bond issue for two reasons. I don't trust them with $500 million. The money will be gone, and the stuff they bought will be outmoded and obsolete within a few years, but we'll be holding the weight of $1 billion in obligations for 20 years. Also, I have voted for the pay raises. $120,000 a year is a lot for a ceremonial mayor, but it's not an awful lot for a administrative mayor, which is what I stand for. Thank you.
Steve Wilcox, followed by Roger Score, Tim Locks, and Beth Putnam Hidalgo.
Greetings, Board of Supervisors, and Chair Grijalva. Chair Grijalva, Board of Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is only my third visit to the Supervisors' Chambers, my first being on September 20th. That day you awarded a plaque naming a day recognizing a group called Stop the Hate. I happened to sit directly behind a few ladies wearing a sash representing the group. We started the meeting with the pledge. I noticed two of the ladies did not say the pledge, ladies about my age, baby boomers, born in the 1950s, who had lived as I have in a free, safe, prosperous country all their lives. During their moment of recognition up front, I was impressed by the irony of the scene. Children of my generation, and many of us are still children, refusing to say the pledge, but asking officials representing the same government to use their power to silence those they disagree with. Almost funny, but disturbing in its implications. A final observation. When the group gathered up front, one member mentioned disparagingly the southern border. If the southern border were to disappear, the Tohono O'odham Reservation would be instantly overrun. Thank you.
Roger, score.
Good morning, Board. Good morning, Chairman Gralva. You say to respect other people talking, but you turned off my microphone before. We're asking why we have great Gay Pride Month. What are they proud of? So you sit there and shut down free speech. Your idea of free speech is you're allowed to speak freely as long as you agree with me. So the entire Democrat Party needs to have a proclamation designating it as a terrorist organization. You find that funny? You don't respect what I'm saying? I haven't even declared why yet. Go down to Nogales with me. See who the men are waiting to cross our border. They're not Hispanic even. They come from foreign countries as males. They come here alone. They're war-hardened. They're ready to come over here and mass slaughter us. What happened in Israel is about to happen widespread in the United States. The Democrat Party is completely controlled by the CCP. China owns it. When we raise our minimum wage, jobs go to China. When we cut down our oil production, electric batteries are bought from China. Our enemies sell us oil. This is all done through the Democrat Party and some Republicans who have also been bought out by the CCP. We need to close that border. We need to secure our nation. And I don't see Israeli chopping up babies on TV. Thank you.
Tim Lux.
Good morning. 2 weeks ago, you guys approved a contract with Thelios. In my 37 years working IT, I came across several vendors pushing their software products. In every case, those vendors offered data migration services, such as the transition that the recorder talked about. The recorder's office claims they need the services of Thelios to migrate the data because of his understanding of the recorder's IT department. Really? In Oracle, the server admin needs to grant access to an Oracle administrator. The original contract was that this individual would do backup recovery and patching of the database, like an operating system update. Hillary Heiser lied to me, saying that that's all the access he had. I knew better, but I had to actually do some homework on that. The system, anyone who has a system access to Oracle can do updates, inserts, deletes. I don't care how secure your IT network is. This individual has the ability to download all of the backup files, put it on his home computer, make massive changes, send it right back up to Pima County IT, and update the master database. This is our data. It's not yours, it's not the state's, and it's not the county recorders. This individual is working with PII data. He has no business doing this from his home. If they need to hire him, bring his butt down to the IT department where he can do his work there, and he can be watched or monitored. He should not have access from home, period. This is dangerous. All right, I suggest that the board find a nonpartisan IT consultant on matters like this. You guys know nothing about IT. You know nothing about computers, much less Oracle or SQL Server.
Thank you. Beth Putnam Hidalgo. Following Beth, I have Dave Smith, Micah Geffen, and Dr. David Bushell.
Good morning. As a raging granny and as a real granny, I want to stand up for peace in the Middle East. When I think of Palestine, their children seem as though they're mine. All the children who are crying, all the children who are dying, the things they've seen, no one should have to bear, no matter where, but in their fear, they're silent. I'm talking about between 42 and 50% of the population in Gaza, the people underneath the bombs that are raining down on them, the people that don't have food, that don't have electricity, and that don't have water because of the actions of Israel at this time. In our country, we ignore all the horrors of this war. No one hears the children crying or sees the Palestinians dying. We must put an end to complacency, the tragedy. We will not be silent. Children should be having fun, safe to play and safe to run, wholesome food, clean air and water, safe for parents, son and daughter. We must hope, and together we must strive, keep them alive, not filled with fear and silence. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. We can do better. Thank you, Dr. Matt Hines and Adelita, for proposing peace in the Middle East.
Thank you. Dave Smith. Oh, after, if, the people that oh, your mic, okay, great, thanks.
All right, let's make it clear. Hamas is a terrorist organization, period. It is ridiculous to pretend. You know, you could have sang that song to the Nazis as well as they're marching Jews to the gas chambers
If you can
and
just
say that
direct your
we are
comments to
bombing
us,
them, and
please.
we are bombing them. There's the problem. War is horrible. I agree with my libertarian sister that it's horrible. But the trouble is, when you have a terrorist organization running a government, October 7th, it proved beyond a reasonable doubt, it not only kidnapped, murdered, and raped across Israel, planned and supported by Iran, who now Hezbollah to the north is threatening, posturing, and getting ready to assault Israel again from the north. That's history. That's the reality of mankind. There are evil people and good people, and there comes a time when you've got to fight the evil. There is no choice. And I am very frustrated. You know, Steve Christie has presented a righteous demand to support Israel, and that's what I do. I support Israel because I know history. And Hamas is a medieval terrorist organization who not only kidnapped, murdered, and raped Israelis, they then kidnapped the Palestinian people who they will not let flee. That is the horror. They are the criminals. Condemn them. Your group needs to unequivocally condemn the terrorists. And frankly, folks, I've heard people say it's coming. It's coming. You better get ready. We have this September 10th mentality. We got to get out of it. We need that September 12th mentality. I'm talking about 2001. 19 people disrupted our entire culture, shut us down, made our people live in fear. And now we have 1.7 million people who are called gotaways. Everyone stay alert and support Israel. Thank you, both of you.
Micah Geffen.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Micah. I'm a Moroccan-Israeli-born Jew, and I have lived in Tucson for 9 years. The longest I've lived anywhere since my family moved from Ashdod, Israel to Los Angeles in 2002. We moved 2 weeks after the start of the Second Intifada, and very soon after the Israeli forces stormed Jenin refugee camp and murdered hundreds of Palestinians and destroyed so much of Jenin. Have any of you heard of Jenin before? Have you heard of the pain that Israel has caused Jenin this last year? I'm assuming yes, since so many of you are ready to vote on their future. My last memories in Israel include sitting on the beach with my fingers in my ears, plugging the noise of Israeli fighter jets passing over us on their way to drop bombs on Gaza. I left that moment with trauma, and the Palestinians who received those bombs left that moment with their own trauma or left that moment dead. That was 22 years ago, 22 years and more of the Israeli army bombing Gazan civilians, justifying it as killing Hamas members and killing in defense. And calling it defense. I condemn the attack from Hamas with my whole heart, but I know that support for war in Gaza only fuels Hamas. Supervisor Christie, your resolution does not support Israel or Israelis, let alone Palestinians. Can you tell me about the people living in Israel? Occupation affects the Palestinians with Israeli citizenship, the Druze, the Ashkenazim, the Mizrahim, the Ethiopian Jews, the Baha'i, the 1 million Filipino immigrants that live there at risk of deportation on a whim, the Eritrean and Sudanese immigrants and refugees, Ukrainians who ran from war to war. If I am teaching you anything right now, you have no business in voting on the future of their lives. Your support for Israel supports $4 billion of U.S. aid to Israel to continue to terrorize, murder Gazans and Palestinians in the West Bank, and forcefully draft soldiers into an endless war. You are voting yes to support a war that you don't actually understand, while Palestinians in Gaza are bombed and terrorized endlessly, and while my family and friends mourn all the lives that they have lost in their lifetime.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. David Bushell. Dr. David Bushell. And then Molly Block, Melinda Schermeyer, and Micah we already heard from. Peter Norquist.
Good morning. I'm Dr. David Beekle. I practiced pulmonary medicine in this town for 47 years. I am appalled by the naivete and by the overt and covert anti-Semitism that I've witnessed here as a participant in this audience. No matter what you call it, okay, the destruction of innocent people by the use of Hamas, a terrorist organization who has in their charter the destruction of the Israeli people, Jews, Christians, Muslims, okay, because they deem the Israeli Jews as swine. They're inculcated from the time they're born in their grade schools to hate Jews, to kill Jews. They're awarded, okay, by martyrdom whenever they kill innocent people, okay? And not only are they awarded, but their families are supported financially, okay? This has to end, okay? There is evil in the world and there is just and righteousness in the world, okay? The Israeli people are just and righteous. There are Palestinian Arabs who practice Islam. There are Christians who really practice Christianity, and there are Jews who practice their faith in Israel. None of those people can practice in Gaza, in Egypt, in Syria, in Iraq, in Iran. You better wake up and get a good taste of reality, because the Democrat Party sponsors anti-Semitism. There's a squad of them, okay, and it's tolerated every day, and the media is complicit in it, and I'm sick and tired of it. Like Archbishop Mueller in Nazi Germany, okay, I'm going to say something. I'm going to stand up against anti-Semitism. I'm a Catholic, okay, but I can't abide this hatred, this brutality, this savagery, and this moral equivalency that you all want to adopt. I'm done.
Molly Block. Please be respectful. Thank you. We have 5 other speakers, and we have a time certain item. I'd like to get through the speakers if we can. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to take a deep breath, and I know that my time is going, and I invite everyone here and you all who are receiving so much this morning to take a deep breath with me in whatever way feels right. As an American Jew with family in the Israeli military reserves right now, a beloved friend, Khalil, who is fleeing south in Gaza, and another, Bassa, who's praying over his brother's hospital bed right now while he survives an attack from Israeli settlers in the West Bank just this past week. Everything I'm about to say is in the name of Khalil, of Bassa, of Yaniv, of Yoel, of Tal, of all those who I love in that land and all those who we love in that land. I am grateful for the statement that you all released, Supervisor Grijalva and Supervisor Hines on 10/13. I'm in awe of the way that you spoke to the realities of people's lives and well-being or not on the ground for both Israelis and Palestinians. That is not an easy road to take as politicians, and I can only imagine. I'm sorry if you don't identify as a politician. I know the deep fear and love that draws us to stand up for Israel, to feel that any dissent of Israel makes us Jews less safe. And I know the deep pain of worrying for the safety of yourself, your loved ones, even your ancestors. And I want to affirm that the 1013 resolution keeps us safe. The 1017 addendum, Supervisor Christie, that you pushed through erases the actions of Israel in this moment. It only further separates us from wholly seeing each other, wholly seeing ourselves, and finding a path towards safety and peace for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Melinda Sherwin?
Oh, sorry. I thought you said Melinda. Oh, you did. Okay. I was here 2 weeks ago. And I put you on notice about community Catholic services and what they're doing. They're not only trafficking children across the border, but they're for purposes of, child trafficking. They also are trafficking children in and out of Tucson. The little girl who was almost scalded to death, it says, this is the headline: Mom, relative in scalding got okay to adopt despite warning. Okay. So I gave you a warning last week, or 2 weeks ago, about this Catholic Community Services, and you cut them a check for $3 million. Okay. So now you're going to be cutting checks to a number of hospitals. I have a medical record here. I'm an advocate for a young woman who went into Sonora Mental Health Hospital. She had a very painful C-section, and doctors put her on oxycodone. And as soon as she took the oxycodone, she was completely out of her mind. She didn't know where she was, and she didn't sleep for 2 weeks. So she checked herself into Sonora Hospital. Instead of giving her treatment, this is what the record says: severe symptoms, detoxification, severe disturbance of mood, depression, recovery coach not assigned.
Thank you.
Was that 2 minutes? Wow.
It was.
Okay.
Peter Norquist, followed
You're
by
on notice
Gisela
about those
Aaron.
hospitals.
Thank you,
I'm
ma'am.
sure you're going to be writing them millions of dollars
Thank you.
worth of
Gisela-
checks again.
Do you want to turn it off? You can't do that. You want to speak? You can, otherwise, we're not doing that.
I would like to give
No, both, okay, you have an opportunity to speak. Ma'am, your time's expired. Thank you. Peter Norquist, Gisela Aaron, Ralph Polo, and Isabel Garcia.
All right, supervisors, good morning. My name is Peter Norquist. My question today is, why is the Pima County Board of Supervisors offering proclamations about the Israel-Palestine conflict? It's an international issue that falls outside your purview, and of the 32 wars currently happening around the world, many of which involve terrorist attacks and insurgencies, nearly all occurring in Africa, There has been no proclamation. So why the sole exception? If one claims to stand with Israel, by which it is normally understood that the Israeli government is indicated, let's not forget that Israel was one of the first countries to implement draconian vaccination mandates on its own citizens. Israelis were told that they could not enter certain venues without a vaccination card, such as restaurants, gyms, swimming pools, and hotels. In 2020, Israel struck a deal with Pfizer, promising to share vast troves of medical data with Pfizer in exchange for the continued flow of its experimental vaccine. This was the value that the Israeli government placed on the lives of its own citizens, to use them as lab rats. The main point I wish to make today is that the media is conditioning the public around the world to believe that this is a black and white either-or issue. Choose Israel or choose Palestine, and by extension Hamas, itself originally created by Israel to be a counterweight to the PLO. In reality, there are two sides, but not the ones that we are being offered. The true sides are the Israeli and Palestinian civilians versus their respective governments. It's the height of folly to stand with any government that is willing to sacrifice civilians, whether its own or others, toward its own selfish interests. Let's see this conflict for what it is and not allow ourselves to be emotionally manipulated into supporting the globalist anti-human agenda. Thank you.
Gisela Aaron? Okay. Ralph Polo and Isabel Garcia. And then Ms. Garcia is our last speaker.
Can I get the camera? Let me get that going first. When the teachers' union banned school prayer and promoted secularism, the pitiless indoctrination of students went into overdrive. The children attend grammar, middle, and high school without thinking of God, and instead they're taught to hate America. By the time many of those students go to college, they're unethical wimps and need safe space to survive cruel America. Terrorist organization, the same students that need safe space overnight become Hamas urban soldiers and a terrorist organization hell-bent in annihilating Israel. The students participate in anti-Israel protests where Hamas is honored and Jews are painted less than human. Sick. But what can one expect when God is removed from the moral question? Of course, it doesn't stop there. The progressive pro-Palestinian representatives led by Alejandria Ocasio-Cortez, probably a safe space graduate, call for all violence to stop in Gaza even after Israel's death toll rises by the day. They disregard that women and children are executed point blank by rabid anti-Semitic terrorists. Some women are raped and then murdered, and babies were beheaded in their cribs. Those representatives of Democrat Party have zero warmth, sympathy, kindness, or dignity. They do not possess any moral ballast. And by the way, the terrorists are here. Keep supporting the open borders. And you too will be taken out. Thank you.
Isabel Garcia. Please direct your comments to the board and not to the audience.
Good morning, board. Thank you for having us this morning. I agree with the previous speaker that we have to stand for people. We have to stand for the Israeli people. We have to stand for the Palestinian people. And those of you that say that people are naive in supporting your resolution, I beg to disagree. I think you cannot erase 75 years. You just can't. And as the previous speaker pointed out, Israel enabled Hamas. Netanyahu has made deals with Hamas. And we're not good and evil. What is our government than good and evil? Did you guys see the American buffalo last night? I would say we were evil there. But we're not good and evil. We do evil things and we do good things. That's the way humanity is. And I'm so sad that people are coming up here and not supporting the lives that are being lost of the Palestinian people. I've seen and I've cried for the Israeli people that I've seen on the TV. Have I seen the Palestinians suffer? No, because it's not shown. Somebody said to me, brown bodies, white laws. And I refuse to accept that. And these people that come up here to tell you that somehow we're enabling them, we're not enabling people. People are running from Venezuela because we invoked a horrible blockade. They can't food, water, nothing. Of course Venezuelans are going to come. Cubans, they've been blockaded forever. Of course they're going to come. And Mexicanos, how dare you say that we're invading when we have built this country from the beginning of the 19th century, 18th century. We have been here building this country, and so how dare you accuse us?
Thank you. Thank you. That's the end of the call to the public. I'd like to ask any of my colleagues if they wish to respond to a criticism, wish to ask that a matter be put on a future agenda, or ask staff to respond. Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Would it be in order to address addendum item 3 at this time?
No, we have a time certain item at 10:30. And so what we'll do, since we have some people here, maybe you want to leave since the call to the audience is over, we'll take a 5-minute break. All right, thank you. And thank you all for being here. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and get started. If you can all find your seats, or you can go and chat out in the lobby and come back in if you want to do that. Okay, so we're getting started here. We have a time certain item, 52 and 53. Those are hearings, firework permit. Both of those are at Weston La Paloma. One is October 26th and the other is November 14th. I'll go ahead and move the items for sake of discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a hearing. I apologize. Do we have any? Okay. I'm sorry. I messed up. Do we have anyone that wants to speak in opposition of these items? It's a hearing. Supervisor Christie. Well, they're both for 52 and 53 are both fireworks permits for Weston La Paloma, so I thought we could take those together.
But I do have a question after we take them that I'd like to just ask.
Sure. Do we have anyone here in the public that is here to speak in opposition to items 52 and 53? Yeah, there's agenda copies over there. Thank you.
Sure.
I did read the item. Supervisor Scott.
I think that my staff has asked staff from La Paloma to be here today. They wouldn't be here to speak in opposition, but I think there are two staff members from La Paloma who wanted to address the board. And then, like Supervisor Christie, I also had some comments that I wanted to make before we vote on the permits.
Okay, thank you. Do we have, if you want to fill out a card to speak at this hearing about the fireworks permit, it's a fireworks permit is the hearing. Okay, no. Okay, so do we have the staff from La Paloma? Did you want to speak, or were you here to address questions or concerns? Okay, if you want to go ahead and come up then. This is the hearing, so it's your opportunity now to say something.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie,
While they're coming up to
sure.
address these two items, are we then going to go back and address the other hearings?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
It's just these two that were time
Okay.
certain requested. Supervisor Scott requested it because La Paloma staff was going to be.
But we will be coming back to those.
Absolutely,
All right.
yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sir.
Can I start now? Good?
Yes, if you want to introduce yourself.
My name is Bobby Retz. I'm with actually a small business here in Tucson called Destination and Conference Services. We do corporate event meeting planning. We office at the Westin. We office at the El Conquistador, and we are the ones that, besides other things that we do for the resort and for Tucson, we partner with a company in Phoenix called Fireworks Production, and actually Carrie is here today to speak a little bit about what they do. And I set up the fireworks for the resort. And I just want to take you through the process about, there's been some concerns about the fireworks, the frequency of the way they're coming now, and the length of these fireworks that are going on. This past month has been a very rare exception of the fireworks at the Westin La Paloma. I've been there 35 years, and we've never had that many fireworks in a week. And the reason there were that many fireworks is because APA, the American Pyrotechnics Association, held their 75th anniversary at the resort and in Tucson. Brought thousands of dollars to not only the Westin, but also the surrounding communities, the restaurants, the airport, everything. And when they were here, part of their business is to set up fireworks. And they had some extraordinary shows where lots of people around the community and around the foothills stopped to watch these shows. And basically what I do, the resort will go out and they will schedule fireworks or offer fireworks to a group to come to the Westin as an incentive. You come to the Westin, you hold your conference here, we'll set off fireworks shows are normally between 10 and 12 minutes. We set off a 10 and 12-minute fireworks show. It goes through me. I meet with the bomb squad. I meet with the country club where it's launched at, the La Paloma Country Club. I get with Carrie. We file for the permit.
Once it's approved, we get rural metro involved. They've got hot shot teams there, and then we shoot off the fireworks. Now, before anything's fired off, we sent out an email to the local homeowners association to alert them. Now, in my years as a private company with Destination Conference Services, 25 years, no one's ever come to me and said, we need to send this email out to the communities. I decided to do that because I understand the kids get scared, pets get scared, and we want to let them know they're coming. We want to be a good neighbor. So when we do that, then we fire off the fireworks shows, and then we go from there. Normally, in a normal year, we'll do maybe 4 or 5 shows the entire year. That's it. This year, again, was an exception with American Pyrotechnic Association and some other groups that are doing new launches. If a group comes here and they have a conference at the Westin and want to do a new launch, the hotel will offer them incentive by doing a fireworks show, which I set up. I know it inconveniences some people. There's a few people out there. The homes are in the vicinity of where we launch them some of the time. However, I just want to let the board know that there's hundreds and hundreds of people that park their cars at the Safeway parking lot, La Paloma Country Club, the resort, and they watch these fireworks. And we actually get emails, and I forward a couple of those emails over about the show and how thrilled they were with the show and what they liked about with the show. And so I'm just here to speak upon, we don't make everybody happy with these fireworks, and we know we can't. There are some people in the world that don't like Santa Claus. I mean, we can't stop putting up a Christmas tree at the Westin. So we're not going to please anyone. We're trying to alert most of the people in the area who will be affected by a fireworks show and let them know what's going to happen. And we're just asking that the future fireworks be approved, not just for the Westin La Paloma or my company, but for Tucson in general. It generates a lot of money for the resort, for the community, and it really is a decision maker. When a group comes out and is looking at the Westin or Phoenix, Scottsdale, Albuquerque, somewhere for a convention, and we mention we'll do a fireworks show and throw it in, it's a big deal, and it normally sways their decision. So that's all I had to say. So.
Thank you. Supervisor Hines.
So question, last time that we talked about this, we were presented with some information about when these types of shows should be suspended. We were informed that it was when there were winds documented up to, I think, above 25 miles an hour. But then in other documentation that I specifically referred to, it actually is, at least my understanding is for Pima County, the recommendation is if there are winds gusting above 10 miles an hour, the officials who were available, and I was remote, so it was a little bit difficult, but no one seemed to understand that, and no one could explain to me which is it, because when there was an incident last time, I think it's pretty clear that the conditions had winds above 10 miles an hour, which should have canceled that particular fireworks show. So I guess I voted no on all those permits because there was lack of clarity, and it seemed like the organizers did not follow the law or the recommendation that Pima County had put forward to them in the documentations that they have to sign to do these sort of events. So I will be voting no on any future fireworks permits going forward until someone can explain to me what the heck the actual rule is, and we have assurances that your organization, whoever is putting it forward, will actually adhere to those and cancel them if the winds go above 10 miles an hour, as is recommended by Pima County. And I was just curious about your response to that confusion.
Okay, yeah, and that's a good point. When we file the permit, we get rural metro involved, and what I do is I set up the permit and I talk to the bomb squad, I talk to the country club, we talk to the homeowners. There is a stipulation about wind, which honestly I was never made aware of until I think about a year ago, May, we had a fireworks canceled because of winds. I never knew there was a stipulation about miles per hour on the winds, or when the wind is measured for a show, because as you know, in Tucson, it could be windy during the day, but when the sun sets, the wind subsides. However, with that said, I will tell you, rural metro makes that call. And when they come up to me and say, we can't shoot the fireworks off because it's too windy, We follow whatever rules they have. It's not me going to anyone and saying, hey, rural metro, I understand we have these rules, but we need to shoot them off. And Kerry from Fireworks Productions here, he'll talk a little bit more about that. Because if it's 10 miles an hour, then we'll follow 10. If it's 20, we'll follow 20. It's not life or death whether we shoot these fireworks off. We want to be safe, and we want to be neighborly, and we want to be respectful of people's properties and their times. But again, in the 30 years plus I've been at La Paloma, one time have we had a rural metro say, we cannot shoot the fireworks off, it's too windy. And I just said, okay, it's too windy. And if you're referring to the July 4th incident, it was windy that day. That was not my show. Had that been my show, then they could have came up to me and said it's a little bit too windy. There were a couple other things that happened that day, Dr. Hines, about that particular show. The launch site was moved a little bit. Again, wasn't associated with the Westin La Paloma. Had to do strictly with the country club. That was not our show. I would never move the launch site unless I was told it was safe, it wasn't going to inconvenience anybody, and it wasn't going to put anybody in danger or anybody's possessions in danger. So we do that. So as far as those stipulations go with rural metro or the board saying, if the wind is above 12 miles an hour and we can't shoot fireworks, we'll abide by that. There's no going around that. We just need to know what that is. And Kerry from Fireworks Productions, he's the actual company who shoots it off. He might have a little more comment on that. So, okay. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you.
Do we have any, Supervisor Scott, do you have any questions or statement?
I don't have any questions, Chair Grijalva, but I just want to refer you and my colleagues to the data that my staff compiled. Since January, there have been 22 shows from either La Paloma or Caterpillar. We have heard from District 3 staff that there haven't been any concerns expressed about the Caterpillar shows because those have been in Supervisor Bronson's district, but we've heard a lot of concerns about the La Paloma shows, and we know from a prior Board of Supervisors presentation from other La Paloma staff, not Mr. Retz, but other staff, that these shows were pushed by their sales department. And the shows have an impact on residential neighbors, and we hear that in the District 1 office all the time. There are fire risks, as we saw on the 4th of July. So I don't think it's fair to vote against these two permits because Mr. Retz put them forth knowing the procedures that have been in place for some time. But La Paloma is really an outlier when it comes to all the other shows that we've approved this year. Most of the rest of them have been associated with the 4th of July or high school graduations. The other resorts that are mostly in District 1 are not also having fireworks shows. It's mostly La Paloma. So I'm going to vote for these two permits today, but I wanted to let my colleagues know I'm not going to vote for La Paloma shows for commercial purposes in the future because of the impact they have on residents and also because of the fire risk.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from colleagues?
I do have one other comment. I just want to talk about the frequency of the fireworks. In a normal year, the Westin will shoot off fireworks. Now, this is the Westin La Paloma, not the Country Club, because La Paloma doesn't normally shoot off fireworks on 4th of July. We did it this year at the resort because the 4th of July fell on a Monday. We had resort guests there for the weekend, and it was determined that we should give them a fireworks show. We'll shoot ours off on the 2nd, and the Country Club has its own shows. So in a normal year, we'll do 4 to 6 shows. Next year, as of right now, we have 4 shows on the books. In 367 days, we have four shows. This year, I think we had right around 16 or 18 at the resort and at the Country Club. So the frequency is definitely, it's not something that they throw out the groups all the times. It's for big piece of business big impacts on the community and the resort. And, and with APA here, they did 3 shows by themselves. That made a big difference in the impact of the community. So once again, I appreciate you approving these permits. And again, if we need to go forward and make a standard about wind and timing and things like that, we're willing to do whatever we need to do to make our neighbors happy. So, Carrie, did you want to speak a little bit? We have the general manager at La Paloma here too as well.
Do we have any other pressing questions, or can we close the public hearing? I just want to know, I think that there was a more information item. I don't see that there's a majority that is not going to move it forward. If you have something critical to this vote to say, we're happy to hear you, but if you can be brief, because we do have a full agenda. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Kerry Welty. I'm the president of Fireworks Productions of Arizona. I've been doing this almost 40 years, and I've owned it for 26, and we do all the shows around the state, as well as Suns games, Diamondbacks, and all that. A lot of work down here in Tucson, obviously, with all the resorts and all the shows that you guys approved for us. We thank you very much. I guess my big concern was, yes, we had quite a few shows that one week because of the Pyrotechnic Association, which is the biggest companies across the nation. And we were here, we're the host company. They probably won't be back. They were here 10 years ago in Scottsdale. It's our job to try to impress the biggest companies in the nation. And with doing that, we did cause some issues with the neighbors. So, but I can guarantee you they won't be back. As far as moving forward, I just have a concern that the revenue that will be lost by my company, besides the resorts and other areas in the community. So I'm just concerned about moving forward with canceling the permits. Is there anything you'd like to address with me as far as?
I don't see any.
Okay.
Thank you so much for being
Thanks.
here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, if there's no one else to speak in opposition, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and go ahead and move items 52 and 53.
Second.
We're moving forward to approve it. Did you want to add something out? Okay. Just making sure. All right. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Item passes 4-1. Did you say, you put your thumb up? That was a yes, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
We have a system set
As
up.
I indicated in my statement, I'm voting yes on these two because that's the process by which they applied, but I'm going to vote against future ones.
Okay, thank you. So the item passes 4-1. All right, thank you. So we do have a time certain item at 11. It is an executive session pursuant to ARS 38431.03A 3 and 4 for legal advice and direction regarding Pima County versus Vail School District number 20 under case number, and it has listed there in Pima County Superior Court. I'll go ahead and move to go into executive session.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. We'll be in recess while we're in executive session and come right back. Thanks.
They gotta get advice. No, we're gonna go back to
Steve's trying to get this. Oh, yeah, they have to do all this. Hey, we find something, you share. They have
Okay, thank you for your patience. We're back in session. Regarding addendum executive session item 2, I'd like to go ahead and move that we proceed as discussed in exec.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? Oh, we can't really. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item, is that a yes? Supervisor Scott? Yes, okay. The item passes 5-0. Thank you. So just so you know when I'm looking up, if he's voting yes, there's a thumb up. And if not, there'll be a thumb down, or he'll take off his, because there's a little delay is the only issue. Okay, so now we're going to go back on the original agenda, the Board of Supervisors sitting as other boards. We have Flood Control District Board. Unless you want to take them separately, I'd like to move items 7, 8, and 18.
Madam Chair, I do have a question regarding item 8.
Item 8, okay. So did you want to ask the question, or do you want to vote separately?
No, I can ask the question.
Okay, so let me go ahead and move all 3, and then if I can get a second?
Second.
Okay, then Supervisor Bronson second, Supervisor Christie for item 8.
Which, again, item 11 through what?
I'm sorry, 7, 8, and 18, because 18 is one that should have actually been under flood control and was listed under real property.
Okay, so, but we are going to deal individually with 15, 16, 17?
Yeah, we're still on 7.
Okay. So right now, we're addressing number 7.
We're doing 7, 8, and 18.
But my question deals with 8.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes. So
My question is that this is a consulting service that is to provide for Brawley Wash Watershed Plan and amend the contractual language, the U.S. Department of Agriculture Grant and Flood Control Tax Levy Fund, and raising the contract amount. I look at the background, and you kind of wonder, why are they having to raise the background amount? And under the letter from the consulting company, which I'm assuming that the paragraph that in question here would explain why they're doing, is completely redacted out. I don't feel comfortable voting on something when there's such redaction in background material.
Administrator
What would be
Lesher,
the appropriate
did you want to address?
avenue?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, I'm going to ask our attorney to speak to that. There's often information that talks about proprietary information that we do black out in some of these contracts. If there's a way to make sure that this is shared, or Mr. DeBonis, if we have any additional information.
Or if you can send it to us through legal, that way it's still confidential.
Yes. But we can
we do that?
If you'd like to continue that one, I'll pull it out. And
Do we want to continue the item?
I would like to continue the item until we get the determination of the redaction content.
Okay.
Would that be the form of a motion?
Let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and change my my request. We'll go ahead and move items 7 and 18. Withdraw my original motion, and then Supervisor Bronson was the seconder. So we're going to go ahead and move items 7 and 18, and then Supervisor Bronson seconded. Okay, so for those two, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed. Item passes 5-0. And then for item 8, if we can go ahead and bring this back at our next board meeting? The October, November what?
7th.
November 7th.
Yep.
Yes, continue to November 7th, so we can get that information, and then I guess the recommendation is just go through legal, so it still stays confidential. You want me to make a motion to do that? Okay, we'll make a motion to continue to November 7th, and Supervisor Bronson second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes
7 and 8.
unanimously. So 7 and 18 passed, 8 is coming back on November 7th, and now we're sitting as the Board of Supervisors at the consent calendar. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion and a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously, 5-0. And now we're on item 10, review and approval of process for appointment of interim Vale Town Council if voters approve incorporation. Administrator Lesher, did you want to address this at all? Or
Chair
just-
Grijalva and members of the board, this is the same information that was presented previously. We simply adjusted the dates and the times so that, again, a reminder that at the November 21st meeting of the Board of Supervisors, should the Vail Initiative pass, the board will at that time be asked to not only approve the canvass of the election, declare the community formed, and appoint an interim council of 7 individuals. That is a statutory requirement for the board. We were establishing a process by which individuals can apply. There will be hearings by the League of Women Voters, and then ultimately come back to the board with the list of qualified candidates from which the board can select the 7 candidates, the initial interim members of the council.
So just to direct the public, on the second page, it says process and schedule of the attached addendum or the attached item. And just to go through it so we hear it out loud.
Sure.
We're considering today the direction to proceed according to the process and schedule that we'll approve, if we approve it. November 7th, voters will consider incorporation of the proposed town boundaries of Vail. If the item does not pass, then this board takes no additional action. If the item passes November 8th, or as soon as the election results are available and the determination of the incorporation is apparently decided, postings will begin on Pima County website and information distributed in press releases and social media. The clerk of the board adds names of applicants to website as they are received. November 13th is the deadline to submit applications. And so I want to say this out loud because the turnaround is going to be very short. November 14th, the clerk of the board sends applicants' information to recorder to verify proof of residency and voter registration. November 16th, the clerk of the board sends a letter of interest and resumes of all qualified applicants to the Board of Supervisor members for their review. November 16th and or 17th, the League of Women Voters conducts forum with qualified applicants. And November 21st, the Board of Supervisors canvasses the election, and if voters approve incorporation, the board also approves a resolution declaring the community incorporated and appoints the interim 7-member town council. Does that sound like we want to go ahead and move forward? Okay, so I'll go ahead and move this item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on clerk of the board. We have items 11 and 12, Silver Bell Irrigation and Drainage District Annual Election Cancellation and Flowing Wells Irrigation District Annual Election Cancellation.
I'll move the items.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Bronson, a second by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 13 and 14, it's final plat with assurances. 13 is Las Campanas, and 14 is Saguaro Haven. I'll go ahead and move those items.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 15 is Air Quality Hearing Board Manual of Procedures. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. The only thing I would like to ask is if we could have an executive summary attached to the front of this manual, because it's 28 pages of some pretty legalese kind of language. And so if we can have an executive summary, so when people are looking at it, they understand what it is that they're going to be reading, that would be helpful.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Along with your request for an executive summary, which I think would constitute what I'd like to do is continue this item, because it states in the introduction that the last AQHB Manual of Procedures was written in 1979 and is in need of an update. We have no red line version of what is changed from the 1979 version. We can't compare what the old 79 version states and has in its comprehensive new form that we're voting on today. What are the changes? We don't know what the changes are. This really doesn't give us any idea of what kind of issues were raised or where the problem was in the first place with the 1979. So I would move, Madam Chair, that we continue.
Moving a substitute because we already have a motion.
We have a motion and a second.
All right, well, then
So
this
you're
would be
gonna do a
a substitute motion for continuance until we receive the executive version as you requested, Madam Chair, as well as a red line version of what changes were made, why they were being made, what the comparison between the 79 and the present day one is, and why these changes are important. And who would, in the administration, would be behind working on this?
It will be me. I mean, I will make sure that staff
Well,
follows your.
I just don't want to rush anybody or put a whole bunch of stuff.
We have a
on.
volunteer group. I know the chair is here. You have our director of the department. We
When
can get
could it be brought back?
Can we come back November 7th? Thank you.
Okay. Thank
So
you, Madam.
I was willing to move the item. I just thought it would be nice to have sort of like, this is an explanation of what this manual is going to be. Do you have would that be helpful, or do you want?
No,
you want
I'll
the
second
paper?
his motion.
Okay.
So if there, and if, excuse me.
Go ahead, no.
If the board has any questions about this item, please let us know, and we'll be happy to make sure that we get answers to the board.
In
before you
addition,
have a
in addition to the other materials that we were requesting here.
Anything you have questions about or with that material, happy to.
And
if we
did
receive
you
it,
have?
we can answer it. Thank you.
Did you receive this request before the meeting
No, we did
today?
not.
It would be helpful, I think, if we have an opportunity to let, because when it looks here, it says there are 5 members that are volunteers. 1 member is a licensed attorney. They've gone through this process and put it out to stakeholders. And so I just would be helpful, I think, that they probably could have brought all the information. I was going to vote for it and just sort of ask for an executive summary, but I think it would be helpful if we let staff know what we need before we're sitting here, so we don't have so many items that are continued. But, okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? So this is to postpone this item, bring it back with the redlined item, with the redline version, executive summary to November 7th meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, item passes unanimously. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Okay. Item 16, monthly financial update. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. We did submit the monthly financial information. Our finance director, Ellen Moulton, will walk you through some of those highlights, what has changed since the last meeting and the areas that we are watching. Thank you.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, you have in front of you the October 5th memo dealing with the August forecast. That is period 2. The first thing I'd like to bring to your attention is dealing with fiscal year 2023, which ended June 30th. We are moving forward in closing that year out. We anticipate still having audited financials in late November, early December. But the first thing I'd like to bring to your attention is that we are having a positive impact on our fund balance. When we reported to you in August, we thought that increase would be about $4 million. It is now standing at $8 million. So we are ending the year to the positive, which is a very good thing. Now on to the current fiscal year, which is not as happy news. The first period forecast is period 2. We are anticipating a number of departments have identified that by the end of the fiscal year, they will be over budget. Each one of these forecasts that we give to you provides a look at where we expect to be in June of 2024. So it is a perspective look and changes as facts on the ground change. The largest issue currently is with the Sheriff's Department. As of period 2, they anticipated being $7.8 million over budget. Finance has had several meetings with the Sheriff's Department Finance Group, and we are working on a remediation plan to bring that number down. We have received the period 3 forecast from the sheriff yesterday, and it is showing positive impact from our conversations. They have reduced what they think their overage is going to be from $7.8 million to $6.1 million. It is moving in the right direction, which is great. The biggest area of concern at the Sheriff's Department is overtime. Overtime last year ended the year at $9.7 million in expense. This year, the sheriff is projecting, as of period 3, to cut that to $5.8 million. So that is tremendous progress being made in that area. The Sheriff's Department has a number of academies that have either just finished or just being started to hire additional staff to work in the corrections facility, which is impacting the overtime. We are meeting with the Sheriff's Department on a monthly basis and more frequently as we have questions. We are monitoring their overtime usage and have provided them some additional reporting that will be helpful to them to monitor their overtime. In addition to the overtime, the Sheriff's Department is also showing increased costs in supplies. That is similar to what it was last year at about $1.5 million. That is the largest department concern that we have. There are several other departments that showed over budgets in period 2. We have been working with them directly and are hopeful to see improvement when period 3 closes. Period 3 forecast closed today. So I don't have a preview of any of the other departments other than the sheriff, which was our biggest concern.
Chair Grover.
Thank you. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. I do have actually a few comments on some of these issues. One, I think, we can take the sheriff first. These numbers are astounding to me, and I'm relatively new at this, but was this normal under Dupnik? Was this normal under Napier? For context, someone help me here. Is this something that was a normal thing that the sheriffs just kind of roll in with $5, $8, $10 million of extra spending that, pound sand? I mean, I'm feeling a little disrespected here. So, and the people, I'm a little indignant on behalf of my constituents because this is incredibly insulting. So I would like to know, is it normal for other sheriffs to do this? What's the history here?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Hines, some have gone over budget, others have not. We had not seen these kinds of concerns with the budget in the last couple of years. We did see it occasionally with Sheriff Dupnik. What I believe we've provided a 10-year retrospective, if you will, and we're happy to provide that again so that you can see what has occurred with the budget at what times.
All right. Okay. And looking at behavioral health, I note that it looks like the NAFCare contract is over budget by $1.7 million. Why is that? And I thought NAFCare kind of has received multiple warnings for not being able to provide, to provide the level of services that they are contracted to provide. There have been some clawbacks, as I understand it, as well, and yet we're still somehow sending them $1.7 million more than we were supposed to. So I just would love to see a little bit of hear an explanation of that as well. Now or in the future would be great.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Hines. We can get a full analysis of that. I don't know if Dr. Garcia or Ms. Moulton have with them today the specifics of the NAFCare contract. I do know that in discussions and conversations with the entire department that we're moving in the right direction, and you should see them not be, as a department, over budget in this way, but specific to the NAFCare contract. Do we have that, or should we follow
Chair
up?
Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, I'll be happy. I do not have that information at my fingertips. I'll be happy to provide that in a memo.
Thank you. And the reason I bring this up is because the whole point of having an outside contractor instead of keeping this in-house like it was before was to supposedly save the county money. So I just don't, we're not really achieving that if we're looking at 1.7 million more than what we should just keep it in-house if we're going to keep having these numbers, is what my point would be there. Moving to public defense services, over by 1.4 million anticipated. I don't quite follow that. And I get that we have to, when we can't provide legally required defense services for people, then we have to go outside and get contracts to do that with other attorneys. We have 42 vacant general fund positions in this department. So it just seems to me like we shouldn't have to be going out and contracting for expensive outside attorneys. We should just be incentivizing, if we have to increase the bonuses, do whatever, but like we need to be filling these spots. And I just would love to hear from staff. Is that something that is happening over there or what?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Hines, we have been working closely with the director of the department, Mr. Brault, to see how we can make sure that we are filling those positions. Because you're right, the single largest cost is the contract cost.
Right.
I believe that's been true for the public defense services for several years. But we can get you a full report of where we are with those 42 vacancies and where they are in the hiring process.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. Just wanted to reiterate for Ms. Lesher and Dr. Garcia that I requested a memorandum related to similar concerns about NAP care quite a while ago. My understanding from a recent conversation I had with Dr. Garcia is that memorandum is still being reviewed by both the county attorney's office and by the communications department, but would certainly appreciate getting that as soon as possible because it addresses some of the concerns that Supervisor Hines mentioned. Also wanted to ask Ms. Moulton, we set aside some inflation contingency funds when we passed the budget. Is it too early to know if the funds that we set aside for inflation contingency are going to be sufficient? I mean, is there any way of projecting that, given that we already have departments that are tapping into that?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, we are looking, Finance Department is looking at the departments that have identified inflation as a cause for increased costs. It was our plan to wait until period 4 months into the year, to do the complete analysis. We have identified The sheriff has identified food costs. We also have identified in facilities management utility increases. We believe that the $5 million should be sufficient at this point, but it would be my recommendation that we not act on that until we get through the period 4 forecast so that we can have a little bit more data as to where things are going. We have seen a downtick in inflation in goods, not necessarily in services. So we would like to see if that is actually going to play out before we start to divvy up that $5 million worth of contingency.
Thank you. And then to continue, if I could, Chair Grijalva, what are the, Ms. Moulton, the components of the remediation plans that each department that's over budget has to submit? And is it my understanding that those plans will be shared with the board at our next update in November?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, as part of the remediation plan, we are meeting with departments to identify how they can identify cuts in existing spend to bring them back into line. We will be looking at personnel, vacant positions, as well as what would be considered discretionary spend. And in answer to your question, yes, the plan was to bring any department who was over budget in the period 3 forecast, to bring those remediation plans to the board in the November discussion so that you could see where we were, what we were doing, how we were planning to monitor, and if course corrections have already been made.
Okay, I had one. Thank you, Ms. Moulton. I had one other question, and I'm going to quote from Ms. Lesher's memorandum that was attached to this item. It says, with the implementation of the class and compensation salary adjustments in September, many departments forecasted full employment for the remainder of the year. While this perspective is very optimistic, it does not necessarily provide a realistic forecast. It is anticipated that the salary and benefit projections will be more in line with budgeted amounts for the period 3 forecast once all of the salary increases at the employee level are incorporated into the projections. The memo cites community and workforce development and also natural resources, parks and recreation as being 2 of the departments that projected full employment, but the memo says that many forecasted full employment. So what I want to know is, why might a department forecast full employment? And either Ms. Moulton or Ms. Lesher, if you can address that.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, all of the I will speak as one of the departments. All of us were very excited, happy to see the class and compensation salary study come to fruition. In finance, we have 33 vacant positions. While I did not forecast full employment, I am certainly hopeful that I will be able to fill a number of those positions now that we have a different salary matrix. Other departments had fewer vacant positions, so some of them were more optimistic. I think that working with the departments to tamper some of that optimism as part of their period 3 forecast. Now that every employee has received the increases, they see what that impact is on their actual spend. That will give everyone a clearer picture of where we're going to be at the end of June.
Any other
questions? Well, actually, that it seems to me that the realistic projections are more likely to help administration and the board be more assured that the policy that we passed last October dealing with vacancy savings is adhered to. Would that be an accurate statement?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, yes, it would be an accurate statement. We are continuing to monitor vacancy savings and are working with the departments on what those expectations are.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Moulton. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. Supervisor Hines.
Sorry, one quick clarification for Ms. Moulton. I believe on the sheriff, I heard you say that he's on track, the department's on track for being over 5.8 million, I think. But then I saw 4.5 million in the materials. Am I confusing the numbers? I just wanted to get a clarification from you. Or perhaps I'm confusing overtime and the entire department.
Chair Grijalva, I believe at this point that we are looking at is that, yes, the Sheriff's Department is anticipating they will be over in overtime by 4.5 million at this point. We believe the overall budget right now is now projected to be over the entire budget by 6.1 million. 6.1.
Okay, thank you. That's right. Thanks.
Thank you.
So just to clarify then, at the top of page 3 on the attachment, it says 7.8.
Chair Grijalva, that was the period 2 projection, 7.8.
Okay, so now
we're in period 3.
Okay.
They gave finance a preliminary look at that so that I would have that information for you this morning.
Okay. And historically, departments want to hold on to positions because you'd like to fill them. And so if certain departments are estimating, let's say, I'm not going to be able to fill this position for the next quarter, but I might be able to fill it, by the period 4 or whatever. So there'll be some savings, but how are departments going to be able to continue to hold on to positions that they'd like to have fully staffed at some point? They might not be able to do it right away, but you'd like to fill them. You'd like to fill all your vacancies, and I'm sure the sheriff would too.
Chair Grijalva, we are not, when we do the departmental forecasts with the department, we estimate when they plan to fill those vacant positions. So we take that into consideration. If we have a position that comes vacant, say October the 1st, we know that it takes normally about 8 weeks from the time the position becomes vacant to the time you can fill it. So we use that in the calculus of what their projected salary costs will be. So we will show that as being vacant for so many weeks. If there are positions that the department does not plan to hire until the spring, those will be showed as vacancy savings for that period of time as well.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Madam
Appreciate the
Chair?
update. Supervisor Christie.
Out of respect and in continuation of your efforts to accommodate those who are here, may I respectfully suggest that we move to the hearings and the addendum item for those who are here for both of them or any of them, and then return to the regular agenda?
Sure. Yes, I'm happy to do that. Unless there's any objection. Okay. So you didn't need a vote. This was just an update, right? 15? Okay, so great, thank you.
So we'll come back to 17 after addressing the hearings and the addendum item.
So are you talking about development services?
Yes, ma'am.
There aren't any other hearings. We're talking about, just so I'm clear, 54, 55.
No, I'm sorry. I do have a question with the franchise license permitting liquor license hearing.
Okay, so we're starting at hearings.
Yes.
Okay. All right, then we'll just go in order that way. Thank you all. Appreciate you coming. Okay, so
If I could just address a question and then we could address each of the hearings.
which item do you have a question on?
The liquor licenses.
Okay.
All of them. If I could direct the question.
Okay.
To developmental services. Could we have?
Supervisor Hines, but so depending on the item, Supervisor Hines has to recuse himself for 2 of the items. Right. So do you have a general question about liquor licenses?
Yes,
Okay.
I have a general question covering all liquor licenses.
Okay.
If I could get representative from the development services, explain the process of when an applicant is trying to attain a liquor license, as far as what the board does here, and then what happens after the board takes action.
Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, the applicant is submitting a liquor license request through the state. The Arizona Liquor Board, I believe they are. Once they receive it, the state will then send the liquor licenses to the local jurisdiction for their recommendation and for a hearing. So the state will then send it to the clerk of the board. The clerk of the board then sets it for the Board of Supervisors agenda. They also ensure that these liquor licenses are properly posted with the posters on the premise. Then at the hearing, the Board of Supervisors essentially is going to be making a vote that will serve as a recommendation. Thereafter, that recommendation from the clerk of the board is then forwarded back to the state, where they make the ultimate decision.
Madam Chair, so the board's action, for instance, here today is what would be described as ministerial, and that it is also described as making sure that the housekeeping, the paperwork, the process was completed properly, and that would consume all of the issues that would be taken up before the board. And then once that is approved and determined and approved by this board, then that recommendation goes to the state liquor board, and there's an opportunity, if anybody has any issues or concerns, that those issues and concerns can be aired at that point. Is that a fair surmisal?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, I don't think it's purely ministerial. These are hearings. There are things the board could consider part of the review. When the clerk of the board receives the request for a liquor license, and when they then schedule it for a Board of Supervisors hearing like today, the clerk of the board also sends to our department a review for zoning compliance. So today, we actually have one of the items we've determined that use, based on the liquor license type being requested, is not allowed in the zone of which they're asking it for. So we will flag it in that circumstance. And then those issues certainly could be discussed at the hearing. I believe there's also a component, and the clerk of the board maybe could add to this conversation, from a law enforcement consideration as well that then is provided to the Board of Supervisors. So there are things that can and have been discussed historically at these hearings. Most of the time, they do come through quite smoothly without a lot of conversation, but now and then there are hiccups with these requests.
Madam Chair, but at this particular point, the application requests before us at this point have met all the criteria of being applied for in a proper sequence and everything's in order?
Except for one.
Unless we're noting it. And you'll typically see a note, the clerk of the board will do a very good job in the actual agenda item noting a possible concern. So in today, we do have one where there is an issue.
There is also another opportunity for anybody with any concerns at the state level to address them at that point.
But my understanding is there could be, I just can't speak for the process at the state.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Supervisor Hines is recusing himself from 48 and 49, so we'll go ahead and take those two so he can vote on the other items. So is there anyone here to speak in opposition of the item 48 and 49, a liquor license for Tinajas Wine and Beer? Okay, so with that, I'll go ahead and close the hearing and move the items.
Second.
To have a motion and a second. Thank you. Supervisor Scott. Just, okay, all in favor say.
Well, does Supervisor Hines need to remove?
No, he's just not gonna, he hasn't contributed to the discussion. I don't know that he has to walk away. So we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote, just so it's very clear.
Okay, this is on approval of items 48 and 49. Supervisor Hines has recused himself. Supervisor Bronson.
Yes.
Supervisor Christie.
Yes.
Supervisor Scott. Chair
Yes.
Galva.
Yes. Item passes 4-0. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll go on to item 50, is a hearing for liquor license for the historic Canoa Ranch. I'll go ahead and ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition on item 50. Okay, if not, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. So item 51, this is the item that is a hearing for a liquor license for Armando Felix Valles. This is the one that has been flagged by the clerk's note per the zoning inspector's report. Zoning regulations will not permit the issuance of a license at this location because this is a commercial use which is not allowed in a residential zone. We do have a speaker. Mr. Valles is here and wants to speak on this item. Please.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. I'm applying under Zone Organic. My name is Armando Valles Felix. Felix Valles, as I was naturalized a U.S. citizen. I am a federal importer of cigars and liquor. And part of my compliance and part of my licensing through the states is as a wholesaler, is obviously applying for a wholesale permit. I don't sell to the public. I purely sell directly to distributors. And here's where I am seeking or requesting an exception and providing clarification in the sense that the back and forth with the state has been such that I've explained why the residence is used as a business address. My business plan, which is wholesale only, import from Mexico, and from my customs agent ship directly to distributors in that sense. So I am purely a wholesaler. The address, there will be no inventory and certainly no sales whatsoever at the place of business. So that's what I wanted to clarify. I'm not sure if that helps the matter or if I need to really go out and lease a space, which would be just a,
Not a good business decision.
Well, yes and no, right? But in these times, it's a cost savings decision. I do not need a commercial space for my business plan since I import from Mexico and from the border ship direct to establishments or distributors. I don't hold inventory. I don't sell to the public. So it is a Series 4 wholesale license, not a open or whole liquor license, which I've held before. I owned a restaurant and I operated that for 3 years, and I know the responsibilities and the compliance required by that. So that would be the.
So a question.
Mhm.
I understand that you're not going to have any inventory at this address.
Correct.
But with this permit, would you be able to have inventory at this address?
I mean, it depends on what the state guidelines are.
I think that's one of the issues is that we have restrictions for reasons that it can't be residential. You can make the commitment that you won't have any inventory there, but if something happens and you end up with inventory, then I think that it sort of falls to us to allow a wholesale liquor license in a residential area.
Right, and I've clarified that with the state. I'm not sure how the board feels about that. Ultimately, if the recommendation is, yes, I have to go out and lease a mini warehouse or a mini, commercial space, then that's what I would do, but it's a unnecessary cost in terms of, the business plan that I have.
Understood. Supervisor Hines has a question.
Thank you, and this may be more to, I think, staff. Is with some of the other things like planning and zoning, and we can sort of put stipulations and stuff. Can we approve with a specific restriction, like with a commitment from the applicant that they will not be storing any kind of like what he said? Can we do that, or is the state just asking us for a strict up or down, or can we actually approve with a stipulation like that?
Chair Grijalva, board members, this one's a little unique from staff perspective also, because I don't know if we have a complete understanding of exactly what the business model is. When we look at the address provided on North Enclave, that's a residential area near the intersection of Speedway and Anklam, surrounded by residences. It's concerning for us to advance this without maybe further evaluating it, or maybe even having a discussion with the property owner. We could do that. So I think that would be the concern from a staff perspective, because we think in granting this, and if the state grants it, then it would allow the product to be stored there, which is residential in nature and could lead to adverse impacts to neighbors.
Yep. Madam Chair. We have one other staff input, and then I'll call on you, Supervisor Bronson.
Yes, Madam Chair, and directly to Supervisor Hines' question about adding a condition. That certainly works well when it's within the parameter of a county process where we're part of it beginning to end. I could recall a circumstance where we tried adding sort of a stipulation to a liquor license in the past. When it went back to the state, that stipulation disappeared, and then we did have issues. So we don't have that same level of control. And to add on to what Tom just said, we do have concern, because this application, a big part of the application is asking about the premise, right? There was even a requirement where I believe we had someone put a poster up at the house. That would indicate to us, and I think everybody involved, that, Madam Chair, you're right. If this is approved, then he could warehouse, sell, and distribute from this location. If the application was more nebulous and more specific of just an office and then you could warehouse elsewhere, sure, we're not having this discussion, but the emphasis of this application really is on that location.
Thank you. Supervisor Bronson, do you have something to add?
He answered the question I was going to ask.
Yeah, so.
And the state did ask me, should there be the need to inventory, designate an area in the house. So I did designate that in a layout of the house, but our model is from plant, from manufacturer, to the border, import, and then to the wholesale, to the distributor in this case. If it helps, I'm the only house inside the subdivision. I have no neighbors there in Enclave. It was a big real estate debacle many years ago. I'm the only one that built there. And once again, the whole thing behind my back and forth with the state is I'd be put in jail if I sell to the public. Obviously, running that risk is not the intent at all here.
Right, and I think that's implied with the wholesale license.
Right.
My concern is that it is in a residential area, and so
Okay.
if something should happen and the distributor can't get it directly, and there's it has to be, inventory has to be detoured somewhere, the license is in a residential area. And so that is a concern for me, especially considering where it is. And while I appreciate that you're willing to, stipulate that you're not going to do X, Y, and Z, it appears that if it were just the county and the county could monitor, we could do that. But once the application goes up to the state, stipulations don't necessarily stay with the application.
Okay.
And so given that, then I'm going to have to vote no.
Okay, and then once the vote happens, so it goes back to the state, and then they come back to me in terms of.
Yeah, I think you can ask staff what the process would be after. My assumption would be that you would have to fill out another application with a location that would allow for the
So just
potential
a simple
warehouse.
change of location. Okay.
Did staff have anything else to add?
Madam Chair, board members, not at this time. There's nothing
Okay.
else. We can answer any questions
Yeah, and if you
the
have
applicant has.
specific questions, they're the two that can
All right,
can
very
help you.
good.
All right, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak on this specific issue? If not, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and recommend denial of this application.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously, which means denial. And so we've addressed 52 and 53. We can go on to 54. This is a rezoning hearing. And do we have anyone here that wants to speak in opposition of this item? Okay, so this is the Stinson Family Trust. It is the rezoning of approximately 15.1 acres. This is in District 5. It's residential everywhere else, and it appears to be 69 homes in a subdivision. That sounds right. So I'll go ahead and recommend approval, subject to standard and special conditions. Second. And close the public hearing. And Supervisor Bronson seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, now we're on item 55, and this is a hearing-specific plan and comprehensive plan amendment for Thornydale Road comprehensive plan amendment. This is in District 1. I believe we have speakers. So I have Naomi Green, and then we also have the applicant. Is that correct? So why don't we go ahead and go with the applicant first, and then I'll go with the other. Thank you.
Ms. Maricas, do you have a quicker, or do I just ask?
So just perfect. Next.
Yeah, sounds great. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Rory Juneman with Lazarus and Sylvan, 5983 East Grant Road. We represent Zach Channing and the Channing Corporation. We have a short presentation for you. So if we could get the slides up, please. All right. We go to once you get it up, the second slide. All right, thank you. All right, next slide, please. All right. So just to orient you to the site, we are on Thornydale, just north of Linda Vista. It's actually on the northeast corner of Sumter and Thornydale. This slide really shows that we are kind of an island of vacant and horse property, vacant land and horse property that's surrounded by existing uses, including to our west directly, we have an apartment complex, and then on the other side of that is a second apartment complex, a commercial center on the northwest corner of Linda Vista and Thornydale, and then Mountain View High School is just to the south of us. Next slide, please. So we're requesting a a rezoning from the current suburban ranch, or SR, to a specific plan. We chose a specific plan because this is a rather complicated site and allows us to do kind of site-specific zoning regulations. But again, as you can see, all around us is land that's been rezoned to the north where North Ranch is, CR4, CR5. We've got business zoning right to our west, our southwest as well. Next slide, please. So we've been at this process for about 15 months, at least publicly. We've been at it even longer, preparing for this. But last summer we did an initial neighborhood meeting, July 13th. Then we got a lot of feedback at that neighborhood meeting, came back, made quite a few changes, had a second neighborhood meeting, and then we were at the Planning and Zoning Commission last November. And at that meeting, we actually got a denial, mostly because of concerns about Thornydale traffic, but some other things. So we went back to the drawing board and really kind of reevaluated our project. Next slide, please. The original project we had originally, we started with 360 units. We dropped it to 340 during that process. But as you can tell, we had 12 apartment buildings. Our setbacks to the north at North Ranch were about 16 feet, so not really significant. And we had about 30% open space. So next slide, please. So once we got that denial, we went back and looked really at what we could change to try to address the concerns, which were traffic density and three-story units for the most part. And this was our new site plan. As you can tell, we've eliminated some units. We're down to about 270 units. We're down to 270 units. We dropped 2 buildings, so and we've increased the number of buildings that were 2-story right next to North Ranch. This also increased our natural undisturbed open space to about 36%. So I think one thing that we want to stress is through this process, which now we've been at for about 15 months, we have listened to concerns. We have tried to address the things that we heard that were the most impactful to the neighbors. We've also increased our setbacks significantly. Next slide, please. So to the north, the setback to the wall is about 60 feet, but the setback between our building and the nearest property line to the north is at a minimum 155 feet. In some areas, it goes up to almost 400 feet. But on all sides of our project, we are set back significantly from the buildings or the homes and residences that are around us. In fact, the area directly to our south, that is protected natural undisturbed open space from the Mountain Vista Ridge subdivision, so that'll never be built on. Next slide, please. So just kind of summarizing our changes, we've dropped from our initial proposal, we've dropped 25% of our units. That obviously correspondingly dropped our density 25%. We've increased our setbacks significantly, particularly to the north, where they were a little tight on our first project, but now those setbacks are at a minimum 60 feet of natural open space, and then, like I said, between the buildings, a minimum 155 feet. We have 17% fewer buildings and about 42% less two-story buildings, and all of that's allowed us to do 20% more open space. So next slide, please. So the 2 main issues that we've had relate to traffic and then 3-story buildings. So I'm going to just spend a few minutes on those. And if you have, I'm going relatively quickly, so if you have any questions, please stop me. So traffic has been a concern from the start because, frankly, Thornydale is kind of at capacity right now, so there's a concern about traffic on Thornydale. But when you look at the other roads that are around our project, those are all under capacity. But more importantly, if you look at the intersections that are around us, all of those are functioning at what's called a high level of service, or LOS is the acronym. So Thornydale and Linda Vista is at a B. Thornydale and Sumter is mostly at an A and B, and then Shannon and Sumter at a B. Next slide, please. I wanted to kind of focus on Linda Vista and Thornydale because that's the primary intersection, and this just shows that all of those turning motions in green are at a level of service B. So it's functioning at a high level of service. The reason for the difference in the segments, the roadway segments, Thornydale being over capacity, and the intersection performing at a high level of service is the Thornydale road counts are taken 24 hours a day. So that shows you a 24-hour period of traffic. The intersections are evaluated at the busiest morning hour and the busiest evening hour, so the two commuter hours. Because of some changes that the county did a few years ago to this intersection, they added some turn lanes, they did some signal timing. This intersection performs at a high level of service. So while there's a lot of traffic on Thornydale, during the peak hours, it flows smoothly. So, and that's part of the reason that you got a memo from the Department of Transportation that basically said, while there will be an increase in traffic along Thornydale contributing to the overcapacity, the traffic volume is not expected to significantly affect the level of service of the signalized and unsignalized intersections. And that's mainly because of the work that the county's already done at that intersection. Next slide, please. We also are doing some things to mitigate the traffic that the county is supportive, or DOT in particular is supportive of. One is doing a right turn lane on Thornydale. It's not required, but it's something that will help the traffic, so our client's happy to do that. We're doing a multi-use bike path that'll go from the south sidewalk of North Ranch all the way down to the intersection of Thornydale and Linda Vista, and it'll also connect to our project as well. That will help with, right now there's really no sidewalk in that area, and we think that'll benefit pedestrian and bike traffic in that area. And we're also dedicating about 45 feet of right-of-way on Thornydale for when hopefully the RTA next is passed. This is a project that's high on that list. The county won't have to pay for that right-of-way. It'll be, once this rezoning happens and the development goes forward, it'll be dedicated to the county. Next slide, please. The other thing that we have heard concerns about is the fact that we have some three-story buildings. I think there's a localized response and then also a broader response. The local response is our property is lower than North Ranch. So from our north property line to our south property line, we drop about 13 feet. Practically what that'll do is for the three-story buildings on our property, it'll sort of appear, they'll be lower, they'll appear like 2 stories from North Ranch. Remember, we've agreed to all 2-story buildings that are closest to North Ranch. So really, these are the buildings that are further south on the property. Next slide, please. I also wanted to point out that whether it's our project or other projects, when you're allowed to do 3 stories, which I want to point out, the height under SR right now is 34 feet. We're just asking for the height that's currently allowed under SR. But when you build 3-story projects, that allows you to preserve more open space. If we had to do all 2-story on this project, we need 4 additional buildings to get the same number of units. Well, those 4 additional buildings would have to be in the areas that are currently natural open space. So I think there's a benefit to height, to density, that allows the preservation of more open space. Next slide, please. I did want to point out that we have worked from the beginning with the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection, and they have kind of helped us with including some sustainable elements to our project. And we are CLS compliant, first of all. We're preserving about almost 6.5 acres on site and another 39 acres off site. We've included some sustainable elements into our project that address lighting that will help with wildlife and not disturbing wildlife. We've included EV charging stations that aren't under the regular code requirements. We've also done numerous water conservation features. So these are all things that our client was happy to do, that the coalition kind of pushed us to do, and we think it results in a better project. Next slide. So I wanted to finish up just kind of reminding you all that we are still in a housing crisis. I think the last time that I was before you, we talked about the period between 2010 and 2019 where there was really a slowdown in building. Preparing for the Planning and Zoning Commission we had a few months ago where we got an 8-to-1 recommendation to approve. I went and I just looked at what was the current data regarding rents in Pima County, and I also looked in Phoenix. When I looked at this chart for Phoenix, what it showed was rents are sort of flattened out or even gone down a little bit in the Phoenix area. I was surprised when I looked at the same statistics for Tucson that rents are still rising. And I think that's a direct result of there not being, and these are for apartment rents, there being a shortage in supply versus demand. And when that happens, the natural effect is to continue to having increased rents. So this is a project that I think is appropriate for this particular area, but it also help address that housing shortage that we're currently in. So with that, I'd just like to say we are agreeable to the conditions that are presented, and we'd respectfully request you grant approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Really quickly, how many units are we talking about?
Madam Chair, it's 270 units.
And I'm assuming they're ranging from studio to 1 to 2 bedroom, or what does it look like?
They would likely be 1 and 2 bedrooms mostly, yes.
Okay, and what is the average cost per month?
The rent would be basically a market rent. So as you've seen from the increase in prices, if things level off, it would be similar to what's today, but it's kind of hard to tell. I don't know if we have, Zach, do you have any?
So it's not necessarily affordable housing, is it like
It would be a
luxury apartments or?
It would be a market rate.
Market rate, brand new.
Yeah, market rate, brand new
It
apartments.
kind of depends on what side of town you're on.
Yeah, I will say this, the apartments that are currently in this area, there's 3 apartment complexes that are in this area.
Mm-hmm.
The one was built in 95, the other was built in 2008. So it's been almost 15 years since there have been apartments in that area. I think this one would likely be on the higher end of the rents for all those, but it would give an opportunity for people to sort of balance out. So I think there's yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. So we have a representative from the neighborhood here, and so can I ask Naomi Green to come up?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors. My name is Naomi Green. I live in North Ranch, and as Chair Grijalva mentioned, we have a newly formed group called Northwest Citizens Coalition that was formed because of this development. I don't normally do this. I'm a reluctant activist, but my neighbors asked for assistance, and I jumped in. Before I share some information about our concerns, there was some interesting developments. Yesterday, we were expecting to have the supermajority. I submitted signatures on Thursday asking for information as soon as possible about whether or not we had triggered the supermajority. And as of this moment, when I checked my phone, I have not received it from Development Services. I had a call from District 1 office staff that we had not met that, but we had focused our energy on a 300-foot boundary, and that's based on information that was provided by Development Services through District 1 office, and I have documented if you'd like a copy.
You can give it to staff and we can attach it to this, but just to clarify then, what is the radius for, and then what would be the cutoff for a supermajority as far as signatures?
Yes, Madam Chair, I think there was confusion regarding what we call our supermajority memo that we provided to the board on Friday. So it does 2 things. The supermajority only applies to 300 feet. That has not changed. That is fact. It is state statute. It is our code. So supermajority is within 300 feet. We also, though, take the opportunity with that same memo that we produced on Friday before to inform the board of another requirement, which is simply telling the board how many folks within 1,000 feet protested. So the board of supervisors in one memo, you're getting the information both on supermajority, that's a 300-foot equation only, and then we also tell the board about other folks who may be from 301 to 1,000 feet that have protested as well. The 301 to 1,000, that's not part of the calculation. That does not affect the 3/4 supermajority requirement. That's just informational. So it was indeed 300 feet.
And just to be clear, you're talking about the DSD memo? Is that the attachment you're talking about?
Correct.
Just because there's, I don't know, 10 on this item, so I just want to make sure that I say it out loud in case someone's looking for it.
Correct.
Okay,
So
on 55.
our code requires that we essentially close the window to receive any filed protests 2 full working days prior to the board meeting. So that would be Friday at 9 a.m. We whatever we have in the basket, we then do a deep dive to make sure those protests have been counted, and then we produce a memo. So we close the window at 9 a.m. on Friday before. We then turn the memo over to the clerk of the board around noon, and then a couple hours later, they had published it.
Okay, and then did you receive any petitions or signatures after the cutoff at 9?
There could have been a couple more that came in. I cannot confirm or deny if they were duplicates or if they were even within the 300 feet. And the ones I looked at, it didn't look like those would have put it over. So it's a 2-part equation for supermajority, again, within 300 feet only. It's by number. The number was hit, and by area. So the large property owners near the site, arguably they have a little more say than the smaller property owners because they're part of both sides of that equation. And so they did not hit it by area, but did hit it by number.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get clarification, then feel free to continue.
Well, because of this, and then we also asked for clarification by phone through District 1 office, and it was not clear to us, and because of that, I don't know if you'll vote for or against this development after I share some more concerns, but at least a postponement so that we can approach the residents within that area that would definitely trigger a supermajority. So you may ask why more than 320 signed petitions again this time as they did last year, and another 12 to 13 submitted letters of opposition. And you can see on the slide, Thornydale, the North Range subdivision is on Thornydale. 3 miles north of us, Marana just approved a 50-acre development with 368 units. And 2 miles south of North Ranch is the Cortaro Farms, which is currently under construction. And those will be adding, once they're open, they'll be adding to traffic on Thornydale. I wanted to share some sites, photos of what the site looks like from the ground. So the next slide shows the planned site, which is surrounded by residential and commercial structures that are no higher than 24 feet. So this is looking north toward North Ranch from Sumter. You can see the tops of the homes there. The next slide shows homes at Mountain Vista Ranch across Sumter. These are 1- and 2-story developments. Slide number 4 shows the site looking southwest toward Mountain View High School. And you can see the rooftop of Mountain View High School and the plaza, and I think the flags from La Mirage Apartments that are across Thornydale. So that's the site, and you're looking at the characteristics of development around this site. This slide number 5 is North Ranch. Homes, 1- and 2-story homes from the site boundary. So again, you're looking at the character of the development. The next slide shows the site across from Thornydale. It is the proposed entry site across from La Mirage Apartments. And then the next slide over shows, I actually went on site because I usually can't see the apartments, but La Mirage Apartments are two-story structures. The cars at number 8, the cars exiting from La Mirage during peak times show the buildup of traffic that begins early in the morning. The next slide, please. So that's exiting from La Mirage onto Thornydale, which will be across from the entrance to this development. And that brings me to the concerns that we looked at on traffic. I'm not an engineer. We don't have attorneys or contractors looking at this stuff, so several of us were looking through the documentation. So in the application, there's a table of traffic that they use to base their calculations on. And they use category 220, which is sourced from the Institute for Traffic Engineering in Florida. That 220 category is multifamily housing low-rise. I called the Institute, and they informed me that usually category 221 for levels 3 to 5 is what is used for calculations. So I don't know how that would change, but I think that would increase the traffic calculations. Go to the next slide, please. So that's the table that was used in the application. And then the next slide, please, is the one that we think should have been used according to ITE. Again, I'm not an engineer. And then the next slide shows data of 7 road data inventory items for the different sections of road. All but 2 of those are from 2021. This is during the pandemic when schools were closed and residents advised to shelter at home or social distance. And even when students returned in the fall of 2022, it was a hybrid format, so not all students were back in classes. Next slide, please. And then I just did a basic calculation looking at section of Thornydale capacity is supposed to be 16,815. Current daily average trips is 19,943, which is 18% over capacity. With the expected average daily trips being generated by this project, that's 4,988, or nearly 5,000, about 30% over capacity. And that's before those projects at Tangerine and Cortaro Farms that have already been approved. Next slide, please. But all of the data can't show you the emotions of drivers and what's really happening on the streets. So this shows the site is still within 1 block of Mountain View High School at Thornydale and Linda Vista. You see that arrow? That's where the site is. And I'm shooting from Linda Vista towards the site. Next slide, please. The plaza that's across from, almost directly across from Sumter, is commercial. It has McDonald's, it has a coffee shop, it has a taco restaurant. And this draws the kids from the high school in the mornings, at midday, and after school. So they're crossing, next slide, please. They're crossing the street at Linda Vista. And even though there's a sign that says turning traffic must yield to pedestrians, when I was shooting this, I was already packed up my camera. I saw a sedan cutting off the kids that when they had the right-of-way. And when I myself was crossing the other way across Thornydale, I was being cut off by a pickup truck, even though I had the right-of-way. I had to put my hand out to stop them and make sure that they saw me, and they stopped. But it was the time when I saw the kids, it was like an oh my God moment, because I thought they were going to either get injured or brushed by the car. Next slide, please. So again, this is kids crossing. Next slide, please. And then kids running across all times of the day, mostly morning, midday, and afternoon. Next slide, please. Here's the traffic building right at the high school on Linda Vista. Next slide, please. This is morning traffic looking south on Thornydale from Linda Vista. Next slide, please. And on that same stretch of road along the high school is an area where kids park, mostly kids, I don't know if there's staff, but kids pull in from Thornydale, they pull into that parking area. Parents stop there to drop off their kids, and in the far distance in that same picture is a SUV that pulled into the traffic lane to back up into that parking. I wouldn't want my kids having to deal with that, but hey. Next slide, please. Linda Vista, looking west, the traffic is still heavy. And again, because of what happened, or I saw nearly happen with students and myself, it's concerning as far as the amount of traffic that's being generated and the frustration the drivers are feeling. Next slide, please. This is the afternoon photos looking at northbound Thornydale traffic from Linda Vista. Next slide, please. Also northbound, this is Thornydale, about a quarter mile looking towards Linda Vista. So the afternoon is pretty heavy. Next slide, please. So the problem for the subdivisions and community right around there is that, especially from North Ranch, there's only 2 exits, one onto Thornydale or one onto Shannon. And for the folks living along Sumter, it's only Sumter over to Thornydale or Shannon. Next slide, please. And the problem is that those roads, even though they may be low level of service or under capacity, they're deplorable condition. This is Sumter looking west from Shannon. Next slide, please. And this is Shannon looking south from Sumter. There is deep scoring and gouging. Next slide, please, on the streets. They haven't been upgraded. The only thing that's been done is a stop sign at Linda Vista. Next slide, please. Again, this site has been designated a priority under a Pima Conservation Land System, and it's part of the Mavine-Bayhan CLS. Next slide, please. And the proposed site has many saguaros. Those are counted in the application. Many are 15 feet or more. Some are showing tags. I don't know if they were for counting or for demolition, but the picture that I took those are at least 20 feet high. Next slide, please. And the survivability in Tucson, a study shows that anything from 16 feet to 22 feet, and I don't even know if they'll be attempted at planting, is 55%. 13 feet to 16 feet is about the same, 56%. Next slide, please. In the application, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife had expressed concern in its report for the loss of habitat for the Cactus ferruginous pygmy owl, considered threatened, and the long-nosed bat, which is a pollinator. That land has not been surveyed, so it's hard to say whether these species are even around. Next slide, please. But there are other wildlife present, bobcats crossing from the open area in North Ranch into that site, and there's a coyote that was grazing over by Thornydale next to the site. Next slide, please. And then my husband and I we're amateur nature enthusiasts, but we have a radar echometer that we can detect bats. And within just a few minutes of being at the site, there was a canyon bat, a hoary bat, a western yellow bat, and there was a Mexican bat. And that was taken even this month as these are migrating south. So there's been no inventory on this. We would like to preserve this. From what the pictures that I shared, it is clear that this development is not compatible, according to the Pima Prospers, with the area's specific scale, the character, and the identity. It is not compatible. And finally, I'm here because we feel the voices of over 300 in our area are not being heard. And at the neighborhood meeting and also at the commission meeting, we heard from Mr. Channing, who is very charming, but that he attended U of A, met his wife at U of A. And respectfully, they didn't make their home here. They chose Florida to make their home. Those of us who signed the petitions, we live here. We work here. We go to schools here. I'm missing a class at U of A to be here today. I'm taking classes there. We volunteer for organizations here. We pay taxes here. And respectfully, we vote here. So we ask you to vote against this development or postpone it for further review. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Campbell, followed by Mike Keller, Wayne Bellmeyer. Yeah, and then for the rest of the speakers, it's 3 minutes, only because she was representing the neighborhood. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Carolyn Campbell, the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection, and we are here because both of these parcels are, again, like Ms. Green said, in the conservation land system with special species management overlay on the entire project, 2 parcels, and that triggers 80% set aside or mitigation on this parcel. And there's also riparian areas. The westernmost parcel is also a high priority private habitat protection parcel, which means it was identified in the bond programs for complete acquisition and protection. And, you know, that did cause us pause in working with this. We're losing a lot of those high priority. You know, we don't have any money in the bond right now, obviously, but the habitat protection priorities are important. So we've been working with the property owner. This is the second rezoning specific plan that we've worked on with him, and he's really amenable to doing the right thing. They are completely in compliance, as Rory said, with conservation land systems, some on site and some off site. And so because of that, we are supportive of this project. I also want to say, I know that Rory Juniman pointed some of these out in a slideshow, but you know, the coalition also feels like we would be remiss in not getting into sustainability measures. You know, for the couple of decades we've been involved, it's just been about implementation of the conservation land system policies. And so what we've worked with them on this parcel, water conservation measures, including water harvesting. We talked about the saguaros and the ironwood, native plant preservation and/or salvage and replanting on site. Con Arch Bridge over the riparian area, wildlife corridor, so to keep wildlife movement moving. Lighting design to minimize disturbance to human health, plants, and wildlife. EV charging stations. Solar energy to support the business and recreation facilities at the development, et cetera. So we are supportive of this specific plan, and we are also supportive of the special and standard and special conditions, and then of course all of the conditions that I mentioned that are now included in their plan. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mike Keller? And followed by Wayne Bellmeyer, Lori Marcello, and then John Shackelford.
Hi, I just wanted to oppose this rezone because of the traffic density on Thornydale is primarily my concern. It's not on, it could be 4 or 5 more years before it's rebuilt or widened. It's basically the same road as 3 or 4 decades ago. And I do think the traffic's already well over capacity, so I'm asking you guys to support it, no, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wayne Bellmeyer?
Hello. My name is Wayne Bellmeyer. I currently live with my daughter, granddaughter, and horses at one of the properties that's part of this rezoning. I'm obviously supportive of this rezoning, but I think it's important for you to understand why. When I bought my land and built my home, there was almost no one around. I had miles of washes and trails to ride and train horses and enjoy. It doesn't exist anymore. It's now landlocked on 3 sides. By all sides. North Ranch was first built in the 1990s, covers the north property line, 700 homes, changed the way we lived. Now garbage and trash from North Ranch is thrown over the wall. They've thrown firecrackers, fireworks. Some of the horses are worth up to $50,000. And since then, more of the areas have been developed, 2,000 apartments, shopping center, large single-family home to the south, project to the south. Each of these is taken away from the rural nature of the land, which is now surrounded by development. Next step for me, I guess, is to move further out. Apartments seem like a good fit for this area. Especially they'll be next to Thornydale, apartments next door. People who will be living in the high-end apartments will become established in the area. Seems to me that with the existing development, these apartments will fit in and be good for the area. My family and I have a passion for riding and training. After living there for 40-plus years, I finally made the hard decision that it is not suitable anymore for us to live because of the noise in the homes. We kindly ask for your support with this application so my family can afford to move to a more adequate place in Tucson. Better for us to ride and enjoy our horses. Please support this rezoning. And by the way, I drive Thornydale every day. I don't have any trouble with traffic. It's busy at 8 o'clock in the morning, of course, the school starts. But like that, every high school in town, I expect. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Moncello? And we also have Lorraine Wolfson online.
Hello, my name is Lori Marcello. I live at 3620 West Sumter Drive, the horse property that Zach is trying to develop. I also work at Mountain View High School. I've been there for about 10 years working. Growing up on our place, we could ride for miles. It was a great place to raise and train horses. That began to change when the 1990s, when North Ranch was built. Since this area has continued to develop, and with that has come traffic and noise. This is normal for a suburban area that is filled with apartments, businesses, and homes. We now want to sell our property and move to a better place that is suited for us training our horses. Because of the development around us, the only real option is for our property is building new homes and apartments. There are apartments directly to the west of us, so I don't understand why there is so much concern about apartments. The apartments have not bothered us, and I don't see that the new apartments bothering the existing homeowners. I, however, do find it very funny that the people who are significantly fighting this development, they have changed our lives significantly, and now they are the ones strongly opposing this. We are surrounded by the neighborhoods and businesses and apartments, so I just don't understand that opposition. Our lives changed and we got used to it. These folks will adjust to the change just as we did. As far as the traffic is concerned, it's not as bad as they say. We can pull a 30-foot horse trailer with living quarters loaded with 3 horses onto Thornydale at any time of the day. And you cannot pull out in front of people, you can't step on the gas, you have to easily pull out because you could injure the horses. And we do that several times a day. We have boarders that go there and they take their horses in and out. We don't have any trouble. So if we can do that, the traffic isn't as bad. Traffic's bad all over Tucson. It doesn't really matter where you go. I'm probably part of the traffic. I go and come 3 and 4 times a day, working, picking my grandson up, taking him to practice. My daughter works at Mountain View. She's an EMT teacher and a sports medicine teacher. And I would also like to end this by asking you to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, really quickly, can I ask you a question? How many students are at Mountain View?
Currently, right now, we have about 1,700.
1,700.
We can't really hold much more than that.
Well, the numbers I couldn't really find an accurate number, so I figured since you're there, you'd be able to tell me. Thank you. John Shackelford, and then Lorraine Wolfson. And Lorraine is our last speaker unless there's someone that wants to speak. If you want to fill out a card, then I'm happy to call you. But she's right there. Mhm.
Good afternoon. My name is John Shackleford. I live at 2680 West Camino Urbano, about a mile or so away from this projected plan. I've been living around in apartments for years and watching the rents increase because there's no more apartments to move into. My wife and I and our grandson just had to recently move into this house because there's not affordable apartments. I used to live in North Ranch. Years ago, when I first moved here back in '79, I disapproved of North Ranch being built because of what it would do to the neighbors, neighborhood, to the environment, everything. Now they're in the same situation I was years ago. Frankly, this needs to be approved to make it to where it's affordable for people to move into these homes, into these apartments. Some of them are temporary, some of them are permanent, just because of financial situations. But without them, where are people going to go? You don't have nice places to live unless more places are built. And that's what needs to happen here. I urge you to approve this.
Thank you. Lorraine Wolfson? Can you hear me? Lorraine?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to go as fast as I can. First of all, I am extraordinarily aggravated that nobody mentioned to us who have been working so hard for over a year, about a year now, to get signatures, get a supermajority, and to only find out yesterday that there was a second requirement that no one bothered to mention to us just really ticks me off. And for that basis alone, I believe we deserve time to go meet the second requirement that we were not aware of. And I ask that this item be postponed. My objections are there are going to be 4 entrances between Linda Vista and Cactus Canyon. That's 3/10 of a mile. That's way too many places for people to make left and right turns, and really is a problem for me. The bike path makes no sense because it doesn't really go anywhere. I attached to my objection a walkability survey of this area, and it wasn't really good. People drive everywhere. And if you have high school children, if there's a place where they can cut across the street, they're going to do it. High rent apartments are not going to help the housing problem in this area at all. And I'm really annoyed about the idea of giving away 39 acres someplace where nobody who lives in this area can enjoy it at all. It's just not a good location for it. We've got at least 4 huge apartment complexes that are in the process of being built within about 5 miles of there. I just see no reason for an apartment complex here. And the last thing I will say is all the slides that Naomi showed about Shannon, that was all done by the developers who built Mountain Vista and the complex or the development across the street from it. So that also is the only way out of the area besides Thornydale. Between Tangerine and I-10, there's only Thornydale. So you either are going to go to Tangerine to get on I-10, you're going to drive down Thornydale to Ina, you're going to drive down Thornydale to Orange Grove. It's just too much. And honestly, I really would appreciate it if the board would seriously consider postponing this so that we can prove to you that we really do have a level of objection that you require for a supermajority. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Livings, and then unless there is another request, she'll be our last speaker.
Thank you. I'm Judy Livings, and I live on Sumter Drive. I'm a little disappointed that the other people who live on Sumter, which are very limited, did not show up here today, but there are reasons for it. There are a couple of things that haven't been mentioned that are a big concern to me. First of all, the developer says that they've talked about water and that the water in the area, the water companies say there's plenty of water, we don't have to worry. Well, they haven't had to pay to have a well driller come out and check out their well. Now, we live off a well along with at least 2 other people, not counting the ones who are trying to sell the property. We have our own wells. They have been dropping. As soon as they built North Ranch, it started, not considerably, but since then it's been very bad. You put 270 more units on, and who's going to pay to have a new well drilled for us? That is a big concern to us. Another concern is Sumter Drive. The last survey of traffic on Sumter was done, I believe, in 2021. While there was COVID, there's been a 3-part development on the south side of Sumter since then with 100 units. So there's all that traffic. And some of that traffic is the kids going to school. And I could name you 2 instances where kids have crashed their cars and been killed driving down Sumter. And that was when the road was in better condition. Now it's in terrible condition. But they tell me that there's no plan to resurface. Naomi showed you some pictures of it, but they certainly don't do it justice because you can't feel the way that road is at this point. And the last thing is we have 320 people, I believe Naomi said it was, on a petition trying to give you reasons to say no to this, which was denied before for the same reasons that we're complaining about now. And there are, 4 people saying that they should go ahead. Maybe it's 5 people, 2 of which live on the property, one of the pieces of property being sold. I think you need to take into consideration those people. And I could explain to you why you could never get a supermajority on 300 feet, since there's a church, there's a commercial across the road, there's commercial or undeveloped property south.
Thank you. Okay, if there is no one else, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And I do have one other question. You mentioned that there were 39 acres that mitigation is going to happen off-site. Is the property, is that preservation comparable to this? Because I know that this is part of the conservation land system, and that's a big concern.
Madam Chair, members of the board, so when land like this is set aside for dedication, county staff looks at it to make sure that it is, the term escapes me, but it is equivalent to the land that is being developed. So that's already gone through that process. We've identified the actual parcels that are going to be preserved.
And where are they?
Part of them are in Cochee Canyon. Karen, is that right? And then there's a part that is kind of Twin Peaks area, but they're relatively close, and they're in the same general area that the county requires. So, so that analysis has already occurred.
Okay, I just wanted to ask. Thank you.
Could I respond to some of the things that were brought up? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few things briefly regarding the process. The process for the supermajority for the protest is crystal clear in the code, and I know that county staff is always they're willing to help us. They're willing to help neighbors. They're very, very good. You have a good development services staff. So. So I think that process is clear. I do want to point out that Our entire eastern side is owned by one neighbor. There's a support letter from him. He's been in support of this from the very start. So he owns a big piece of that. So I think that's something that's important to note. All the items that have been brought up regarding traffic, your Department of Transportation staff has issued a memo that addresses a lot of the things that were brought up today. It talks about the fact that the other developments that are going up around this project, there's a 2% annual increase in traffic that the traffic study incorporates to include that new development. We've done that. That's a standard that Department of Transportation supports. We used a low-rise apartment calculation because that's the appropriate calculation, and actually the mid-rise has less traffic generated. So in the memo, Department of Transportation says that that's appropriate. So I just want to kind of reiterate that that's happened. Finally, I want to end with just a comment about this apartment not helping housing. Any housing helps all housing prices. There's a trickle-down effect. So I think it's a good thing that there's other apartments and other development happening because that's going to help out the housing shortage. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. Just real quickly, this project was initially, I think, rejected by the planning and zoning folks. Is that right? Mm-hmm. But I'm seeing now it is recommended by a vote of 8-1. So after the various concessions and compromises that were made.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Hines, that's correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other questions? Supervisor Scott.
Chair Garhalden. Thank you. I had a question for staff, and Ms. Lesher can direct it to whoever she wants to answer it. I know that we saw the memo from Mr. Poirier that came to us on Friday, said that the threshold for protest by owner was reached to achieve a supermajority, but the threshold for protest by area was not reached. I see where that is pointed out in the code, and Mr. Juniman just indicated that it's clear in the code. I wanted to ask staff, how do we make neighbors aware of both of those criteria?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Scott, the requirement by area and number comes from state statute and then trickles down to our code. But to answer your question about how neighbors are made aware, whenever we send out notice, we tell them in the notice from us, there is a time and a place for rezoning. The rezoning is occurring. This is the change being requested. And in that same notice, we tell them that if enough neighbors file protest by area and number, we say that. So we're telling them from the very beginning, before they're coming to the hearing, what the rules are. If by area and number they've triggered the 20%, then there is a 3/4 majority. So, our statute says it, but obviously not everybody's looking at statute, understood. Our code says it, obviously not everybody's looking at our code, understood. But our notices, the same notices where we tell people to come to our hearings, we tell them that right in there. And then we even in the same notice say, if you have any questions, call planning staff directly. We answer the phone all day long or email us. So we really go out of our way to tell people the rules, and we've been at this for a while, and we always beat the drum of area and number. So we do what we can with our notice.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott, do you have anything else?
That was the only question that I had, since that was a significant concern raised by both Ms. Green and Ms. Wolfson. But I appreciate staff's response. If we could get, because I don't know if we've seen it, Mr. Poirier, if we could get a copy of that notice that was sent out, that would be appreciated.
So, this
And I'm
rezoning,
not saying,
yes.
I'm not saying now, but I'd just like to have it for our records.
So this rezoning is in your district, Supervisor Scott, so do you want to make a motion? Because I think that we've closed the public hearing, and so this is where we are. Or do you want more discussion?
Close the public hearing requires a motion, so.
Well, that's why I'm sort of asking, like, what do you want to do?
No, but you said we've closed the public hearing.
Okay.
We haven't yet.
If you want to, I'm not going to be voting in favor of this project, and so I want to make sure that whomever would like to move forward can go ahead and do that and close the public hearing. So.
I think I understood, Chair Grijalva, when you said you closed the public hearing, that was the last piece of testimony, but I will make a motion to formally close the public hearing and recommend approval subject to standard and special conditions as recommended by both staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Supervisor Scott and a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any other discussion?
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, Supervisor Scott.
Just because this is, as you said, a development in my district, just wanted to really quickly cite some of the reasons why I am moving for approval based on the recommendation from staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission. Mr. Juniman went over the changes from July 2022 when the project was originally submitted and what was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission by an 8-to-1 vote. There is also an item attached, a document attached to the item that lays that out. There were legitimate concerns from neighbors about the number of units and the amount of density. Both units and density have been reduced by 25%. Open space has been increased by 20%. There's also legitimate concerns from neighbors about Thornydale. I encourage them to review the memo October 12th from Ms. Lesher that includes an attachment from Ms. Skinner in our transportation department, especially look at the conclusion in terms of what might be required of the developer in terms of other improvements to Thornydale. There are legitimate concerns from the neighbors about flooding and riparian habitat protection. I'd encourage them to read that same memo and look at what we heard from Mr. Shep with the Regional Flood Control District. Legitimate concerns from the neighbors about environmental protection. Ms. Campbell was here. I would encourage everybody to read her letter in support of the project, especially the citation of 9 specific plan commitments and support for the county recommended standard and special conditions. And I do agree that this is a project that is appropriate for the area and helps to meet the need of increasing the amount of marketplace housing. So I hope that my colleagues will support this, support this rezoning and specific plan.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott, what was the date of the memo that you're referencing? The county administrator?
The memo from Ms. Lesher was sent to us on October 12th, and it's attached to the item.
Okay. So
Yes,
if anyone
it includes memorandum from Ms. Skinner and Mr. Shep.
So if anyone has it in the audience or online would like to see it, it's part of the attachments on attachment 55, and it says CA memo 10/12/23. Okay. I just wanted to make sure because if people want to look at it there, it's all attached there. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'm just going to state that the no vote was one of my commissioners. This property is in the comprehensive land system, which is environmentally sensitive land and very valuable, not just dollar amount valuable. We saw pictures, we've seen the importance of it, and Pima County wanted to buy this property and protect it because it's so important, but part of the policy with Pima County is that there has to be a willing seller, and that wasn't the case in this property. So I think it highlights how valuable the property is, and so that's the reason why I'm going to vote no. Any other comments? I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote.
Okay, this is for approval subject to standard and special conditions. Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
No. Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Grijalva voting no. Okay, thank you. And thank you all for being here. Do we want to take a quick 5-minute break? Okay, great. Thank you.
Audio test?
Was that for me, Nico?
No, that was for us.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for your patience. We are on item 56. It's a hearing rezoning time extension. This is in District 5. I'll go ahead and, unless there's someone here in opposition, I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing and approve the 5-year time extension subject to modified standard and special conditions. A motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-0. Okay, and do we want to go ahead and take 57, 58, and 59 together? Okay, so these are hearing rezoning ordinance. 57 is ordinance number 2023-16. It's Catalina Foothills zoning plan. 58 is a rezoning resolution number 2023-55. Suki Investment in District 1. The 57 was also in District 1. And then 59 is a rezoning resolution number 2023-56. South Kenny Road is in District 5. If there's anyone here in opposition, if not, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move 57, 58, and 59. I have a second from Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Items pass unanimously. Okay. I'm sorry, did you vote in favor, Supervisor Scott? Yes, okay, I thought so. I just heard something and I want to make sure. Okay, let me see where we ended up. So we, 17 was postponed, we'd addressed 18, now we're on 19. Intergovernmental agreement. This is a approval of an agreement with Superior Court, Juvenile Court, and the School Superintendent's Office for education services to juvenile detention youth. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Can we move 20 through 23? Any more? 24?
24, I'd like to.
Okay, so 20 through 20. 20 is an amendment with Banner Health for evaluation services. 21 is Palo Verde Behavioral Health Services. 22, Sonoran Behavioral Health Services. And 23, Connection Southern Arizona. I wondered why do we have 1-year contracts as opposed to like 1 year with up to 3 years extension? Can we do that, or is it?
Chair Grijalva, on these, we, three of these contracts, we're still in the behavioral health piece.
Okay.
They're 3 years and one is 2 years. The board passed them at that time. We did not pass correctly the amount that would be allocated for the funding. So the contracts are done for the extended period of time. They are budgeted in the departments for this amount.
Okay.
This is simply getting the authorization for the funding from the board.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I'll go ahead and move 20 through 23. Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a second from Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Items pass unanimously. Item 24, Community Workforce Development. This is Family Housing Resources to provide affordable housing gap funding for the Talavera Apartments, I believe, 96 units. That sound right? I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Items pass unanimously? Okay.
No.
No. Sorry.
When you say opposed, should I say no or should
Oh,
I
I'm
say
sorry.
aye?
Yes, you're correct. You should say no. Maybe say no.
I'll say no.
Okay, so.
I'll just say no.
So items passed 4-1? Is that correct? Supervisor Christie voting no. Okay, thank you. I thought you wanted to speak on that one. So, okay, 25 is, can we take any together? 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 20, okay. So 25 is Assistance Dogs of the West. 26 is provide a lease term for 8180 East Broadway for probation office. 27, Arizona administration, changes in payments to sheriff's deputies and corrections officers. And 28 is IT for rooftop license for wireless communication facilities. So I'll go ahead and move 25 through 28.
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. 29 is Hope. Provide transitioning peer support services with through the MacArthur Foundation Safety and Justice Challenge Grant. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I was second by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Can we do 31 through 35? Any objections? Okay. I'm sorry, 30 through 35. Yes? Okay. So I'll go ahead and move 30 through 35. Have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Items pass unanimously. And then 36 is Littletown. This is a no-cost extension to lease property located at 6465 South Craycroft Road to distribute food boxes. Does that sound right? Okay. I'll go ahead and move that item. A second by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passed unanimously. All right. And then we have 37 and 38. Do we want to? Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bronson, I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Item passes unanimously. Okay. Grant acceptance. Do we want to do 39, 40, 41? Okay. 39 through 41. I'll go ahead and move those items.
Second.
Motion is second by Supervisor Bronson. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 42 is wastewater surveillance, a grant. I'll go ahead and move that item.
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes for, you voted in favor, correct, Supervisor Scott? Yes, okay.
Yes.
4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. 43 is cybersecurity protection for local and tribal governments. I'll move, do we want to do 43, 44?
I have issues with.
Okay, so we'll do 43. I'll go ahead and move that item. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Christie seconds. Any discussion? All in favor, say
Wait, Madam Chair?
yes?
I would like to ask some questions on
Sure.
this. This is State of Arizona Department of Homeland Security to provide the State of Arizona with cybersecurity protection for local and tribal governments. And in the background, it states that the local governments and tribal governments will gain access to cybersecurity software, services, and training, and that the public benefit is enhanced cybersecurity systems integrated into governmental services. Don't we already have cybersecurity protection? What is it we're missing here that we're
Thank you.
lacking in?
Chair Gidi-Halva and Supervisor Christie, I'm going to ask Deputy County Administrator Holmes to address this. This is just some of the additional programming and software we received from Homeland Security, but Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Chair Gidi-Halva, Supervisor Christie, this is a pass-through to our tribal governments. So we receive these grants periodically, but this one is specifically as a pass-through to our local tribal government, specifically in Pascua and Tohono-O'odham, to help support their work.
Madam Chair, Mr. Holmes, they've never had cybersecurity protection prior?
Chair Gidi-Halva, Supervisor Christie, they have. This is just enhancement. This is something the Homeland Security is providing across the state. We received these funds for our local support just probably about a year ago, and they continue to provide additional support. And these are just additional funds to continue to enhance and provide a better security ring for any kind of attack. So it's an ongoing grant opportunity.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other questions, discussion? Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. 44 is acceptance of sponsorship of 2023 Arizona Historic Preservation Conference. This is, I'll go ahead and move that item.
Second.
A second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Can we do 45, 46, and 47? Okay, so I'll go ahead and move those 3 items.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. I believe we have addressed everything on the agenda, correct? Okay, so now we're moving on back to the addendum. We're on item 3.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
point of parliamentary procedure, please. This resolution we submitted was done under the deadline of the addendum deadline last week, Thursday at 5 o'clock. We had put in our resolution as accordance with procedure. Then suddenly appeared a substitute motion after that, past the deadline, and I don't understand, A, how that could be permitted in that situation. And to make matters worse, even though the maker of the substitute motion says it is a substitute motion, that means it's an action item, which has to be posted. It was not posted, and it was submitted after the deadline. So it is an action item submitted after the posting, after the deadline, and it has not been properly posted, and it has been massaged, I'm assuming by Mr. Brown or the county attorney's office, cloaked in the heading that it's not really a substitute motion, even though it says it is, but it's going to be called additional information. Additional information in order to accommodate a substitute motion being put on the agenda and the addendum item. I would protest that as not being in proper procedure. Then, additionally to that, it's become known that District 5 is supporting this and is adding on to it. I look in the background, I see no such direction from that district office to be included in the action item of a substitute motion. And I would have to ask at this point to the clerk of the board, Madam Clerk, how did you get the direction to include District 5 on to this substitute motion?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, when the item was submitted from District 2, it was included in the email from Mr. Higuera.
So you took direction from a staff member from District 2 and went ahead and added it to District 5. Did District 5 know this was happening? And if so, why wasn't there any kind of a memorandum to it that would state, please add us to this particular substitute motion?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, that's why we included it in the naming of the item. But the actual item was the memorandum and the resolution, the substitute resolution that was submitted by District 2.
So District 5 was added on at the direction of a staff member from District 2.
No. Might I chime in?
Sure.
Okay. So I was not in town. So we were doing this via text. And so the staff was working together. And I think it was submitted after my staff member had already left. So that's the reason why. So it could really just very simply be Supervisor Hines submitted it, but it was fine.
It was a staff member that did it.
Yeah, but I'm assuming it was by direction.
You're assuming.
Well, my staff was directed that it was fine to go ahead, and I'm assuming Supervisor Hines directed his staff to go ahead and submit it.
I don't recall any procedural activity like this in the past of any kind of
Madam
nature.
Chair? Yeah. Supervisor Christie, so in the email, it does say on behalf of Supervisor Hines and Chair Grijalva that it is being submitted by both supervisors together. And
that was from?
That came from David Higuera, the Chief of Staff for District 2.
So the Chief of Staff of District 2 then has the authority to make these kinds of additions after the fact, after it wasn't posted properly, and after it was missed the deadline.
Can I get some legal clarification? Because I do think in previous, for another item that we had, where I'd attached information that was totally under the same, in the same spirit of the item, we were asked to bring it back, and I still think that we could have done this way, but I'll go ahead and ask legal.
Well, before legal answers that, Madam Chair, I would ask that since this was not properly posted, it was named as a substitute motion and then renamed by the county attorney's office as additional information, then it was directed to include District 5 and attach it to this by a staff member from District 2. I think this is all irregular and against procedure, and I would request that this substitute motion that was submitted after the fact be removed from the addendum item. As an addendum item.
Legal, did you want to chime in? Mr. Brown?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grijalva. Supervisor Christie, our office did not rename anything or massage anything. I just wanted to clarify that point.
Madam Chair, there is
If we can let him go ahead and finish the statement, and then I'll call on you, Supervisor Christie.
the resolution.
Supervisor Scott, can you mute, please? Or somebody? Okay, thank you. Or someone is speaking. It says, are we good? Okay, thank you.
The additional information was sort of named as a substitute resolution, which could have been made by either one of the board members from the dais. It is in the spirit of open meeting law to provide transparency. It is within our rules that a proposed resolution, when feasible, should be made available to the public not less than 48 hours before the board convenes. So this was a little bit of an irregular situation. It was a resolution. It was a proposed resolution, and we felt that on balance it was more important to provide the transparency to the public. I think that we saw that today in the public comments. There were public and call to the public about both resolutions, rather than simply reading a proposed motion from the dais, in which the public would have had no notice and warning to comment on at all.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Supervisor Bronson.
I think this violates, and Supervisor Christie has said it, it didn't meet the requirement. This should have been done Thursday, 5 p.m., and it was not.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie and then Supervisor Hines.
Madam Chair, and that is a violation of the spirit of the open meeting laws, as there was no public documentation prior to this being presented. And that, I think, is the issue. We have everything that we presented with public documentation that's supposed to be in public documentation, and this meticulous or magically appears as a substitute motion named as an action item by its generator, and then cloaked as additional information after the posting period, after the deadline, with a staffer of District 2 directing the clerk to add District 5 to it. That in and of itself is a violation of the procedures, and that's why I'm requesting that this substitute motion be removed from the agenda.
And Chair,
Supervisor Hines.
I am glad to have that removed from the attachment. I'm simply going to make a substitute motion and read the entire resolution as I think it should be presented as the substitute motion. It was simply put there for the convenience of the rest of my colleagues and the public so they could see what I would be reading, and especially for the convenience of the clerk, who would have to take feverish notes if I were just to simply read a page and a half of text into the record as my substitute motion without furnishing that in the ahead of time. So if you would like to make your motion, we should listen to you read your resolution out loud. I will read the resolution. I think it should be as a substitute, and then we can vote.
Before we do that, and I'm willing to engage you in that level, is it now my understanding that this is going to be an accepted procedure to introduce resolutions and other kinds of elements now? Is this going to be how we're operating?
Supervisor Christie, I just want to chime in here that we can always, from the dais, suggest different language. We can read something. We can look at your resolution and say, hey, would you be willing to compromise and put these two in and read it out loud? I think the idea was to try to add some transparency to it, so it's not simply reading 2 pages from the dais. I appreciate what you're saying, and I think that every governing body does it a little bit different. Let's say hypothetically this was an item on the budget, and Ms. Moulton, some report generated some updated information. After the agenda item had been posted, she could still add the information because it's updated information. I think that this is in the same spirit. I'm willing to take whatever guidance we all want to, if we want to all have the same basic set of expectations, that if it doesn't meet the cutoff, that it's not posted at all. And then we can anticipate perhaps that individual board members will be reading as opposed to us being able to look it over the weekend, which is totally, I mean, that is legal, correct, Mr. Brown?
Correct, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you for that explanation. My biggest concern is that this seemed to be a concerted effort to accommodate Supervisor Hines' ability to have this publicized outside the procedures that have been the norm and accepted. And it seems to me that that's the biggest fear I have, that there was perhaps collusion, perhaps some sort of a element involved where we'll work together on this to get this thing out there. And that's, to me, against all the procedures and all the policies and all of the protocol that we as a board have had. That's my biggest concern.
I appreciate that. I think you did have, though, an issue when I submitted additional information or alternate language after the fact, and it was just me as an individual. So it doesn't have anything to do with collusion. If we want to have an understanding between all of us that if we have an idea of some alternate language that we're going to suggest from the dais, and we all don't want to have an opportunity to look at it beforehand, that's okay.
Madam Chair, we're going down a very slippery slope here, and I think this is a real problematic issue. However, we do have my item before us. I have, after going through this, I had anticipated the outcome of my protests would end up this way. So what I am probably predicting correct is that while I make a motion to accept this resolution, there will be a substitute motion from Supervisor Hines. So instead of let's going through the whole procedure of that, shall we cut to the chase and see how this all pans out? Or as you being the chair, what is your pleasure?
Well, we need to have a motion to have a discussion. So if you want to go ahead and make a motion.
I'd like to move my item.
The resolution support of standing with Israel.
Yes. Resolution 2023-57.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Have discussion.
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, Supervisor Hines.
Could we hear the resolution?
Sure. Did you want to read through it, or do we want to read along? Because
Either the clerk or Supervisor Christie should, I think, read it.
I'd be glad to read it, Madam Chair. If
Okay.
that would accommodate things.
Thank you.
Pima County resolution in support of standing with Israel as it defends itself against the barbaric war launched by Hamas and other terrorists. The Board of Supervisors of Pima County, Arizona finds, whereas on October 7th, 2023, Hamas terrorists launched a massive unprovoked war on Israel by air, land, and sea, including firing thousands of rockets. Whereas this heinous assault took place just after the 50th anniversary of the start of the multi-front 1973 Yom Kippur War against Israel. Whereas Hamas terrorists crossed the land border and began slaughtering Israelis and abducting hostages in towns in southern Israel, including children and the elderly, thereby ignoring all understandings of morality and humanity. Whereas since October 7th, 2023, Hamas launched over 4,500 rockets into southern and central Israel. Whereas since October 7th, 2023, Hamas terrorists have killed over 1,300 Israelis and injured more than 2,600 others. Whereas at least 27 United States citizens in Israel are among those killed by Hamas since October 7th, 2023. Whereas since October 7th, 2023, Hamas is directly responsible for the deaths of hundreds of Palestinians. Whereas the expansion of this war to other fronts by Hezbollah, Iran, or others would create an even more devastating regional catastrophe. Whereas Hamas is a United States designated foreign terrorist organization. Whereas Iran has long provided support to Hamas and other terrorist groups and proxies, and prior United States government unclassified assessments indicated that Iran has historically provided up to $100 million annually in combined support to Palestinian terrorist groups, including Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine General Command. Whereas Hamas has used rudimentary civilian equipment such as bulldozers, paragliders, and rubber boats in its assaults on Israel, demonstrating the importance of fully enforcing tight controls on what materials go into the Gaza Strip, including through thorough vetting of assistance. And whereas Israel is a major non-NATO ally and major strategic partner of the United States, now therefore, upon motion duly made, seconded, and carried, be it resolved as follows, that the Pima County Board of Supervisors, 1, stands with Israel and the Jewish people as they defend themselves against the barbaric war launched by Hamas and other terrorists. 2, reaffirms Israel's right to self-defense and stands with their retaliatory efforts. 3, condemns Hamas's brutal war against Israel and the heinous tactics used against innocents. 4, calls on all countries to unequivocally condemn Hamas's brutal war against Israel and to stand with Israel. 5, calls on Hamas to immediately cease those violent attacks and safely release all living hostages and return the bodies of deceased hostages. 6, mourns together with Pima County's Jewish community the over 1,300 Israelis and 27 Americans killed and over 2,600 others wounded in Hamas's unprovoked attack on Israel. 7, condemns Iran's support for terrorist groups and proxies, including Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and their wanton desire to eradicate the Jewish people. 8, urges full enforcement of United States sanctions against Iran to prevent Iran's funding of terrorist groups, including Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, passed and adopted and approved this day, 2023.
And Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Hines.
I would like to propose a substitute motion with different text.
Okay. We're going to read that?
I am.
Okay, thank you.
Pima County resolution in support of... Oh, I'm so sorry. Pima County resolution in support of peace in the Middle East. Whereas on October 7th, 2023, Hamas terrorists launched a massive and brutal attack on Israel by air, land, and sea, including firing thousands of rockets on civilian targets and committing atrocities against innocent civilians of all ages, including children, effectively declaring war on Israel. And whereas Hamas' brutal attacks led to at least 1,200 Israeli deaths, as well as the deaths of dozens of Americans and others, the injuries of thousands of other innocent civilians, terrorized the entire state of Israel and shocked the conscience of us all. And whereas Hamas abducted an estimated 150 hostages during the attacks, including Israeli, Americans, and others. And whereas the state of Israel immediately declared war on Hamas, has bombed the Gaza Strip with missile attacks every day since, sealed the borders of Gaza, and sealed off the people of Gaza from vital supplies of food, water, fuel, and electricity, all of which has led as of last Thursday, to the deaths of at least 1,537 Palestinians, including at least 500 children, and to the internal displacement of more than 300,000 Palestinians. And whereas the United Nations has recognized the immediate humanitarian disaster that exists in Gaza, as Palestinians are trapped and running out of the basic supplies needed to survive, while the borders to both Israel and Egypt remain completely closed off. And whereas the state of Israel has the right to defend itself by eliminating terrorist threats, but at the same time has a moral obligation to preserve civilian populations in any and every way possible. Now, therefore, be it resolved as follows, that the Pima County Board of Supervisors, 1, condemns Hamas' brutal attack against Israeli civilians on October 7, 2023 in no uncertain terms. 2, affirms Israel's right to exist and their right to defend themselves against extremism and terror threats such as those posed by Hamas and others. 3, affirms the right of the Palestinian people to also exist and to live free from the terror of airstrikes and blockades that prevent needed food, water, medicine, electricity, and fuel from reaching them. 4, affirms the desire of the majority of people of Israel and the majority of people of the Palestinian territories to live in peace and to pass down a better world to their children. 5, affirms the rights of all human beings to live in peace, regardless of religion, race, ethnicity, or geography. 6, strongly urges the state of Israel to employ every possible precaution to prevent harming civilians as it endeavors to hold Hamas accountable for the atrocities committed by Hamas militants. 7, calls on Hamas to accept the right of Israel to exist and to immediately cease all attacks on Israeli civilians and to immediately and safely release all hostages it has taken. And 8, urges the Israeli government and Palestinian leadership to sit down and negotiate a lasting peace, which will involve compromise on both sides, as this is the only way to ensure the long-term safety and stability of the region, and therefore the future of all region's people. Passed and adopted this 17th day of October, 2023.
And I'll second that. So now we have a substitute motion that we're considering. We have a motion and a second on the substitute, which was just read into the record as a motion by Supervisor Hines. Do we have any discussion on this item? Okay, I do want to say something because I think that Supervisor Hines' resolution speaks more to where I am, but this is a quickly evolving situation. The Hamas attacks began October 7th, less than 2 weeks ago, and much of these resolutions can change quickly, and some of the items may even already be out of date. We learned just yesterday that President Biden will visit Israel tomorrow with likely intentions to support Israel, urge for de-escalation, and rescue hostages. With that said, I unequivocally condemn the horrific terrorist attack by Hamas against Israel and share a deep concern for Israeli hostages and the ongoing firing of missiles against Israeli population centers. I also have a deep concern for the safety of the Palestinian civilians facing Israel bombardment on the Gaza Strip, the cutting off of their supplies of water, food, fuel, and electricity, and the likely devastation of an imminent ground invasion, especially given that reports estimate that 50% of the civilians are children. The civilian residents in northern Gaza simply cannot be expected to flee their homes within the short time frame that has been given by the Israeli government. For perspective, it would be like asking the 1 million people of Pima County to flee to Pinal County in a day or two. This conflict hits home for many in our community, and my heart goes out to people like Jared and Johanna Moore from the Mountain View Baptist Church in Tucson who were stuck in Israel and luckily made it home. However, other Pima County residents remain stuck in Gaza and Israel amidst this horrifying situation. I myself had the chance to visit Israel in 2011 and learn more about the situation and feel horrified by the recent events in the region. I urge everyone in our community to check in on one another and show kindness in these times, especially to our Jewish and Muslim friends and neighbors. Ultimately, those hurt most by war are the innocent civilians, and I support a call for a ceasefire to prevent further loss of innocent lives. So I'm prepared to support the alternate resolution. And we have a motion and a second. So I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote, please.
Okay, this is approval of the substitute resolution. Supervisor Bronson?
No.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
No.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Item fails 3-2 with Supervisors Christie, Bronson, and Scott voting no. So now we're back to the original resolution that was posted by Supervisor Christie, and we had a motion and a second. I would like to ask, since the other item failed, if you would be willing to accept a friendly amendment to this proposal, adding some of the whereas that were read into the record by Supervisor Hines.
Respectfully, no.
Respectfully, no.
That's unfortunate, because I think the biggest issues that I was gonna ask is humanitarian aid. And, okay, so we have a motion and a second. Did you, Supervisor
Chair Grijalva.
Scott?
I really think since the savage attacks on Israel by Hamas, that President Biden has been very clear that the policy of our government is what it has always been, that the United States stands with Israel and against terrorism. The actions of Hamas have also set back the movement towards a two-state solution, which has also long been American policy. It also set back the resolution of an accord between Israel and Saudi Arabia that was being negotiated. I also heard President Biden on 60 Minutes talk about the need for Israel to do everything that it could to avoid civilian deaths and to follow the rules of war in any of its actions in the Gaza Strip. And so I think that takes into account some of the whereases in Supervisor Hines' resolution. But when I took a look at the two resolutions that were authored by my two colleagues, I thought that the one authored by Supervisor Christie backed up the statements that have been made by President Biden stating support for Israel and opposition to terrorism. So that's why I'm in support of this resolution.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, I'll ask for, so we have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Item passes 4-0. I do think it's unfortunate that we couldn't come up with some additional language that speaks to the humanitarian
Madam Chair,
pieces of it. Yes,
could we make sure what that final vote was?
it was 4-0. There's 4 of us.
You're voting in favor?
Yeah, most of the resolution I agreed with. There are significant parts that I don't, but I don't want people to think that I'm not.
I understand.
Have an issue, and that's part of the problem. And I wish we would have had a little bit more cooperation in trying to incorporate more of what we know is the right thing to do on that one. Okay. All right, let's get back on the agenda. Hang on, I lost my little. Yeah, I know, here it is. I need my cheat sheet. Okay. So item 4 is Pima Animal Care Center Advisory Committee. This is an appointment of Lara Paris to replace Steve Farley for District 1. Do you want to move that?
I'll move the item.
Yes, move approval.
Okay, thank
Second.
you. And, okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Scott and a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-0. Natural Resources Advisory reappointment of Anita Kelman for District 4.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, have a motion by Supervisor Christine, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-0. And I believe that is the end. Yes? Okay. Thank you. It's 1:44, meeting adjourned. Thanks.